I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, stay where I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you all so much for joining in the conversation. Hello Jilly and Chuchi is here. Hey Dawn Emery and Scranton Strangler, so good to see you. Hey Wait What and Peggy Cook is here. And Lori, so good to see you too. And little Miss Sharon. Hello Gail and Kimberly, good to see you Kimberly. And let's see, I'm kind of going backwards through the list, guys, here. Sorry. Hello, Trooper and Iris's mom. And I did get your email. I just didn't reply back to it. I know I didn't. I know I read it. And hello, Jasper from Georgia. So good to have you here. Yes, we are. Gail, I love how you put this in here, every day too, with the we are Sebastian and Devlin's army. So today I am going to have Tamara up here talking to us about Devlin because it's almost been a year. And, there's not a whole lot of clues as to where he is. And unfortunately, he hasn't been seen since April 21st, 2025. Lisa King, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. So it's a really tough situation, but she still wants to come up and talk. And this graphic was sent to me by Tamara. Where is Devlin Tate? Hope and Faith, and then Lake Odessa, Michigan, right? That's where he went missing from. Carl's Supermarket had some footage of him, but then they erased it. So there's been a couple of updates, and I just want to talk with Tamara about it. Another update was that the police came out and said they don't think the family has involvement, right? They've cleared the family. So with that being said, I'd like to look at some other options and, maybe see even just what the family thinks about that as well. Have they thought about it? So we are open to questions, but please be respectful. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Because here's the thing. Hey, Gina. Um, if our loved one was missing, we would want that respect too. We did really look into the family a very, very lot already here. So, I mean, with that, it's time to work together. That's the most important thing that we can do, even if we have differences. Even if there's some things that we're like, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's weird, right? I think it's still important to let the family have a voice in finding their missing loved one and advocating. And, Tamara has advocated a lot for Devlin. She's gotten him on the Missing in America flyers. So I want to talk a little bit about that as well. And just the timeline, right? Because the timeline is hard, because there's some eyewitness accounts, but then there's not anything that people are willing to really go to the police and solidify, as far as I know to this point, right? Like some people were saying, hey, I saw Devlin down over at Swifties Park. And they were saying that on an online post, but they weren't going down there, to look or anything like that. Because it was hearsay, according to, a post online. If you saw a missing person, it's important to go to the police and tell them that you saw them at 10:30 at Swifties, right? I think that's the time that they saw him. They said he was carrying a bag. Some people are just chasing clout, Good to see you, Karen. She says, let's go, Brandon. So here's the thing. It's just, you have to, if you have a sighting, you need to call. So also really quick before Tamara comes up and joins us, Sebastian Rogers is absolutely being looked for by the FBI. And I posted a short video today. So let me go ahead and show you that really quick. And it's just going to be a part of it because I want to show you exactly what they said, or I'll just tell you, I'll read it off for you guys, but show you too. And I just turned this into a quick short because it does kind of bother me when they're laughing and joking about the disappearance. I mean, it's one thing to come on a panel. I do try to make people laugh especially when they're feeling down, laughter is the best medicine, right? But here's the thing, it's a time and a place for it. I'm not going to make them laugh if my comedic timing is off, right? Like if I'm trying to make somebody laugh, to cheer them up a bit, and I do it in an awkward moment, it's not going to make them laugh. It's going to piss them off, right? It's just going to piss them off. Um, how much has the teacher been looked into? Well, that's another thing, Sandy, I wanted to ask Tamara. And again, I told her before, I just texted her a little bit before the show and I said, hey, if there's anything that I ask or any of the viewers ask, just respectfully, decline or nicely decline the question. Like if you don't want to answer it, because, there are some things that, the public, right, maybe isn't ready to hear on certain things and cases, or, the family doesn't want to put out right away. That's so understandable, right? Because if it's gonna do anything to the investigation, I know Tamara's been working with the police, the detectives on the case, which is fantastic. That's what we hope for, right? We hope to all work together, work with law enforcement, at least have some transparency. Now, law enforcement is going to keep things close to the vest that only the person who might have taken Devlin or Sebastian or any of these missing people, anything, at any time, excuse me, there's a crime involved, anything that is being held to the vest is usually because it might be known by the people who are involved. And once the police can identify those people who know that information, then they know who they know they got their guy or their gal, whatever, right? So, um, I think it's very interesting myself, Sandy, that the parapro called in, which is, Devlin's teacher from when he was in junior high. She called the police 911 the next day after Devlin was reported missing on that Tuesday. And she's like, oh, have they found that kid? It was weird. And she was bashing law enforcement. And then, like I said, in this case, I've spoken to law enforcement in this case, and I don't have any reason to bash them. I wish they would have kept that footage from Carl's, right? But I'm not going to bash them, because I think they're doing a lot to find him, and I think they really want to find him. I know that for a fact without sharing why I know that. But okay, so either way, for FBI Los Angeles, right? LA, FBI LA, let's go. Let's, shout them out in the chat, right? Because they decided 15 hours ago to post this on Facebook. At any given time, the FBI is working with our local law enforcement partners to find people who are believed to have been kidnapped or who are considered missing. Please visit the site to read the details about just some of the cases with which we are seeking the public's assistance. We're seeking the public's assistance in all of these cases, guys. Look at all of these faces. Young, old, all different races, all different religions, whatever. All different people, right? There's Nancy Guthrie, there's Sebastian Rogers, right? There they are. And they're seeking the public's assistance for help. So if you know anything about Sebastian Rogers, call the FBI. Call your local field office if there's information. If you see him, right, what I would do is snap a picture, get on the horn with 911 immediately, right? And then say his name. Say, hey, Sebastian, is that you? Sebastian? Question mark in your tone, right? Hello. Because he knows his name. Sebastian, is that you? Your dad's looking for you. Hey, Mama, good to see you. Hey, Faye. Right? But they're not laughing, guys. The FBI is not laughing about this matter. They're taking it very seriously, unlike Chris and Katie. Anyone with information or their friends on the internet. Anyone with information as to the whereabouts of these individuals is asked to contact their local FBI office, the nearest American embassy, right, if you're not in America, or the consulate. Or a tip can be submitted online at tips.fbi.gov. Hashtag the missing, right? Hashtag missing. All of these people are missing. There's another older lady. There's another, mid-aged lady. Look at all these little kids. Look at that sweet little baby. I mean, guys, these people are missing. It's not a joke to their families. It's very serious. And look at this. FBI wanted and kidnapped. And that's what Sebastian's flyer from the FBI is. So it's extremely, extremely important that we remember that even though Chris and Katie might be making a joke of it, or other panels might be talking about it and, kidding around a lot and talking about different strange things, the focus should always stay on Sebastian, right? Because the FBI is looking for him. He's on the most wanted missing list. There's a $50,000 reward for him, right? And then we shift over to Devlin Tate. Devlin Tate went missing just shy of his 19th birthday, right? He is also autistic. He's got a chromosome deletion syndrome, right? He's got a lot of different issues that really didn't slow him down. So I don't want to give that, illusion or anything. But he also struggled with these issues, right? And some of what he was dealing with kind of made him a little bit more vulnerable to other people and things. And I'm going to let Tamara tell us more about Devlin because she knows Devlin. That's her family member. So I want to give her the opportunity to do that. Oh, hey, Tam, I see you. Do you want to keep your camera on or you can shut it off if you want? I'm just doing avatar today because it's easier. Let me go ahead and I'm going to text Tamara real quick. Okay. All right, because she's backstage. So I know Faye, I'm thinking the same thing with the TBI. Faye thinks the TBI is corrupted and they can't be trusted because of Simmons. And, I mean, in the beginning, Chris was name dropping Simmons a lot. And look, here's the thing it's good when family works with law enforcement. It really is. It's really, really good when family is working with law enforcement. Um, that's what we want to see. But when they're name dropping, like we see in the Sebastian Rogers case, and really using law enforcement as a shield against the other parent, they're telling me more, they're talking more to me. Okay. Hey, Tam, hold on one second. Okay, there we go. So, all right, there we go. Okay, guys, so I do see Tam in the backstage. Here we go. Hey, Tamara.
Hi.
Hey, girl, if you want, you can turn your camera off or you can keep it on either way.
It's fine.
Okay,
I'm just
fantastic.
having issues at the moment. Give me
Oh
a
my gosh,
second.
no problem. No worries at all.
I'm trying to get my camera clip to hold to the table. It's not wanting to stay very well. I think
I
we're all set
usually
now.
use like a tripod myself so I
I
can be
may have a
hands
hard
free.
time hearing because we're got a bad thunderstorm.
Oh, you guys do? Oh my gosh, you guys have had
Yeah,
some weather, right? I mean,
yeah.
even
I
from
got caught out in a heavy rainstorm earlier.
Oh,
I
really?
was
Oh my
waiting for
gosh.
my ride from the hospital after my testing, and I went out to smoke a cigarette. Well, on my way back, I got caught out in it, and the security guard comes running out with an umbrella trying to get it opened up. And I said, "You could have brought me a wheelchair."
Aw.
And so he's motioning to him inside. Well, they obviously didn't see or something. So he ran in the rain back inside just to get me a wheelchair while I was holding the umbrella.
Aw. Oh my gosh,
And
girl.
we were
Yeah, they should
talking
have
about
probably got
Devlin,
you in that
and
before you left the hospital.
yeah, we were talking about Devlin, and he asked what his last name was, and I told him, and he goes, "Any relation to Gordon?" And I said, "Yeah, in my opinion, he's an asshole."
Oh
I
no.
told him he was our brother.
Wow. So many people like know of your family. Like it's a small area, right? I mean,
Right.
it's a pretty close-knit community.
Well, my family's been in Hastings for like almost 40 years.
Oh,
My
wow.
mom and dad
Wow.
used to work in the community at True Value. So they were well known, and
Yeah,
especially
because
my dad. Um, my mom they both went to factory work at Magna Mirrors in Lowell or Alto. Um, and my mom retired from there. My dad had to quit because he fell and broke his back while he was at
ooh,
work. Yeah.
oh.
And then
Yeah, and
mom
there's a lot of
retired from
factories
there.
around. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, lots of factories around the area. I noticed that kind of
right.
when I was checking it out a little bit because I've never really been to, up to Michigan, that far up.
Yeah. Well, Gordy used to be a security guard at the hospital. That's how everybody knows him. And his wife
Oh, okay.
is a nurse there, and she's a bitch. I can't stand either one of them. I'm sorry. That's just my
No,
opinion.
it's all good. I did look at their Facebook and they look like they've been together forever or, long, long time.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure it's been hard on your family just having Devlin missing
Well,
and
there's a lot of tension there in the
yeah,
family. I
yeah.
haven't spoke to my mom on the phone in 3 days now.
Well, you just had another, I mean, completely sideswipe a tragedy that happened with Sabrina
Yeah, and Matt was
Courtney.
an asshole about it, which is why I told my mom I wouldn't talk to her on the phone again.
Yeah, well, you don't need that extra stress, so it's
No,
good to take, you know what I mean, to like, I'm a big believer of, letting things cool off for a little while, which I wasn't always that way,
right.
I'd be like, let's hit it head on, and it's like, no, that's not a good idea. It's not
I
always the
can't
best
take much
strategy.
more of the stress.
Yeah, it's a lot for you guys. It's a lot. Did they ever find the drunk driver, or I'm sure they know who it
Well,
is?
yeah, they found the drunk driver. I mean, he crashed his vehicle, and the cops were there within minutes. I mean, it was like within 5 minutes, and the cops were on scene because
Wow. Because
they'd been called to the previous accident that was just a block away.
now did he
And then
hurt
they are
somebody in that
unable
one?
to find that driver from the other accident.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So they got to go through street cameras and video. And I said, chances are they probably didn't have a license, or maybe they were drunk themselves or whatnot.
Mhm. Right. Yeah. Well, it was kind of
But
like a
that
holiday
accident was a
weekend.
hit and run.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they think that he was involved in that one and then drove down the block and then hit
And then hit
the
at a
other
high
people.
rate of speed and hit head on with Christian and Will.
That should be vehicular manslaughter, I believe. In my opinion,
I'm
you
not
know?
sure what it's going to end up being.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Time will tell.
well, and people are still injured in critical condition, right? Or they've
Right.
stabilized people, but they're still in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know the extent of everybody else's injuries. I
Mhm.
know that Christian is in Ann Arbor.
Good. I'm
He's
glad
in
that
bad
he's doing all
shape.
right.
He needs prayers, lots of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And the drunk driver only had a broken arm. We were talking about
Yep,
that.
yep.
That's
And
wild.
that's usually how it goes.
Mhm.
And he doesn't have to suffer the grief that he's caused.
Right.
It's my understanding that he's got priors.
Really? So,
Yeah,
and see, that's the thing. They have to be strict on these people when they're, because the speed is a factor. Um,
Oh, I can't even fathom how fast he was going to mangle the car the way that he did.
Absolutely.
It didn't
Absolutely.
even look like a Chevy Impala when it was all said and done.
Well, and I was so like shocked, I guess. And then when you showed me the post, I looked and I thought, I didn't even ask you what car they were in, but I figured it was because they had the black car too that really looked like the driver had gotten smashed up in that too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
Well, I
but
thought it
that
was the
other
black
car.
car until they told me no, it was the silver one, and I'm like, oh my god,
It's the speed that, yeah, because you couldn't really even tell which car was which, and or it was,
they were
aw, thank
both
you, Mama.
bad. I don't know how um Christian's car hit the other one. I assume that the driver plowed into him and it pushed his car and maybe backed it into the other car. I don't know. You know what I mean? Spun it
Yeah,
around and drove it into the driver's door.
because they were
But
going in like the opposite lane of traffic, right? Like he was
can you hang
driving
on
in
just
on.
a minute?
Yeah, sure thing. And thank you guys for the prayer hands and stuff in chat. I appreciate you guys very much. Yeah, Faye, and
Sorry,
I
I had
know
a
that.
call coming in
No
that I
worries.
had
I
to
know whenever
cancel.
there's a call, it'll kick you off.
Well, it doesn't kick me off, but it kind of mutes the sound until
Oh, okay.
until I accept it or delete it. And I'm sick of these calls that nobody wants to talk, or they get on there and they wait and can you hear me? And I say nope and hang up. Or I got this one that they keep calling telling me that my Medicare is making changes and I don't have Medicare. I'm
Yeah,
not
they're
old
just
enough for
telemarketing.
Medicare. I
Oh
look like it,
yeah.
but I'm not.
No.
I've really
No.
aged in the last year. I lost so much weight. I look sick. I feel sick most of the time.
Well, Tam, you've been through the ringer with all of this stuff, Faye was asking what does Gordon and the family think about like what's going on with Devin? Like what is everybody thinking at
They're
this
not
point? Because he
doing
hasn't
shit.
contacted no one. Like he hasn't called no one. That's the thing that's
No,
you know.
the rest of the family isn't doing shit. They haven't done shit.
Yeah.
My mama just got a sign to put in her front yard for Devlin,
Good.
um, and a new flyer for her front door, but she hasn't got the new flyer up yet. Um,
Yeah.
but she had somebody come up on her porch and was reading the flyer that was on her front door. And she opened the door and went out and talked to them. And they hadn't even heard about Devlin missing. And they're from Hastings.
Right.
And
Like
a
a
it
lot of
was an
people
older
know him.
couple,
A lot of people know you guys. A lot of people know him. So that's
right?
why, and for people not to know, that's so,
And
it's
he's
strange.
right there from Hastings. I mean, that's where he grew up.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
he knows a lot of people there.
So just we need more flyers and awareness. That's why I
Well,
was
that's the
trying to
thing. They keep taking the flyers down.
really.
Um,
Hmm.
One of
Do
my
they think he's
friends
been
said that
found?
she went to Hastings and one of the businesses she found his flyer torn up and thrown in the garbage.
Oh no. Who do you
And
and that I don't know.
so she posted a new one.
Well, it makes you wonder if someone has information. See, that's the thing about the awareness is that these people, if somebody had something to do with it, they don't want to see Devlin's face. They don't want to be reminded, you
Right.
know?
because
So
they're
that's why
already
it's
suffering
important.
through that guilt.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's a heavy burden. We talk about it a lot here, just talk about it, if somebody has involvement or knowledge and they're holding it onto it, it's a lot for that person to bear too. So
Right.
that's why I wanted to get some billboards up, but I didn't know, and I know those freaking billboards are so expensive, even the blip,
Yeah.
to keep it on
Well,
there.
that's what Mary wanted to do with the reward money. I still have no idea where it's at or how much
I
is
would like
even
to
left
see
in it.
that. Yeah, I would like to see that, Tam, because I mean, the reward is good though, because I did keep it. I mean, if I've done a flyer, I put it on there.
Right.
The majority of,
But
you know
what
what I
if
mean?
my issue with that is what happens if they spend all the money and who's going to pay for it if somebody does come forward?
Right. Well,
We
and they
can't
were supposed
afford
to do a
to.
pancake
We shouldn't
breakfast. They
have
never
to.
did.
On?
Yeah, they were supposed to do that pancake breakfast, so they never did.
No, they never did.
But you were thinking about doing a spaghetti dinner,
Yes.
and I think that's a
I
that's a
want
good
to
idea.
do I want to do a remembrance dinner to keep
Hmm.
Devlin's face out there and his name.
Yeah,
Um
I think that's a beautiful thing.
I have remembering Devlin Tate missing since April 21st, 2025. Um Not only am I doing the the dinner, I want to do a silent auction and a 50-50 raffle with the buttons and the ink pens for sale.
Hmm.
Um to keep his name out there. The ink pens
Yeah.
people can use. They got the stylus on one end and the ink pen on the other.
Oh, I
I
love
use
those.
mine on my phone all the time, my stylus.
Hmm.
And I may end up with quite a few of them, but oh well.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea though for awareness. And I know Tina was talking about doing some things too.
Yes.
Um, her and I were saying if we had more money to pool together, we would come traveling up there together,
Yeah.
because we're both in Florida.
I know. It would
So
be nice, wouldn't it?
yeah, yeah, because I'd like to, I want to support you guys doing stuff like that because it's hard to do it on your own, and especially, with the whole thing with
Right.
Mary and yeah, I mean, here's the thing, we just have to put our heads together,
Heather
because
Marie helped me with the pictures for the buttons, and
she did. Oh,
she is trying to get sponsors to help out with
okay.
expenses.
Well, hey, tell her that I will be happy to share anything here at the channel that she's working on because she's done such a good job. Even with the timeline, I thought when I saw it come out on Facebook, I was like, wow, that's a great timeline on Devlin,
Right.
getting it all in order.
Well, I have the best timeline that there is, and but it's just there's no proof of it,
I
because
know.
Heshy says it's all inadmissible because there's no camera footage of it.
Yeah, it's
Well,
hearsay.
he's got people's names. He can talk to them. They can tell him what they saw and when they saw it.
See,
But
I think
because
that's
there's
the
no
most
camera
important.
footage to back it up, he won't use it.
Oh, I see. He wants the tangible
Right.
proof. Yes, yes, my PTSD brain. They are in Lake Odessa, Michigan. So yeah, Devlin's from Michigan, but he's got ties to Hastings. Vermontville is another one that he would like to go, back and forth to, right? As well,
Right.
like that whole little area over there. Um, do
Yeah,
you
they're
think he might
little
have
like
started walking like they were talking about something like he was walking maybe towards one of those places?
yeah, Heshy said that it sounded like he was heading south towards Nashville or Vermontville area.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember them saying that in the latest update they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know how they would know that. when his phone stopped pinging at 11:30 the night before that he went missing, how would they know that he was walking south towards Nashville or Vermont, though?
Oh, I know. That's what really bothers me too, is like I get stuck on that, that last phone ping, because that would put him in the area again. And
Right.
then,
It would have
yeah,
to. He would have had to have been in that area at that time, as far as I'm understanding.
unless someone turned his phone off and kept it off and then took a chance of turning it back on again. See, this is the thing I can't fathom, because why would you take that chance to put the phone back on, especially when you could chuck it somewhere, or throw it in the, I mean, there's lots of water around and stuff too.
Right.
Yeah, so, and
Well,
even if it was Devlin and he decided, "Hey, I'm gonna try to trick people and ping my phone or whatever, turn it on right quick and then, get rid of it," it still doesn't really add up.
no, it don't. Because he would have been. I don't. I don't know. I'm lost on it
Yeah, I know.
because somebody said that they saw what um they thought looked like Devlin being
Mhm.
hesitant about getting in a car. That was around 5:30 at the mouth of the trailer park. But it was somebody that
Okay,
was fitted Devlin's description, and
right.
they
Could
said that
you
he was hesitant about getting in this car or this
right.
vehicle. I can't
And
say it
that's
was
the one
a
with the
car because everybody's talking a truck, and it went from dark blue or black to a white one, and then it was a red one, and
right. Could
you'll
you
have
tell
to
us more
forgive me
about
for
that
how much
part?
I
The
smoke.
like, was it two guys? It was. Could you kind of back up and just tell us about what that post? Because I had that post and I
Yeah, and
shared it.
I have it written down somewhere, and I don't even remember where it went. But yes, it was two guys in the vehicle.
I got the post if you
But
need
how
it.
can the person had to have been close enough to see to know that it was
Right,
two guys in the vehicle?
right. And they said he was reluctant to get in.
Right.
I remember them saying that, like, or hesitant.
He was hesitant about getting in the vehicle.
And
And
then
it's
that kind
like,
of, go ahead, hon. I'm sorry.
that's all right. My thoughts are all over the place right now because of everything that's going on.
Oh, no worries. No, you're doing fine. You're doing just great. I was just
Thank you.
wondering that, because he had his name up on job boards and stuff.
Right,
Um, and then also we were talking a little bit about the fact that he was talking to some, like, I don't know if you'd call it like a bot or something like that, where he would message somebody, but it wasn't really a person. It was like,
right.
so that's kind
That
of
was
good that he was, yeah.
that was the ones on Threads, the females on Threads that um not so nice messages from him to them and whatnot, and I don't know what all was said between them. Um, other than the one message that I saw from him to the one female that really shocked me, and because that was when I first found out about Threads.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. And I remember you telling Jay from Crime Time Buzz that about the threads, and we were thinking about it too. I've never stopped thinking about all of that as well. Like, okay, the threads, the job boards,
I
even
know he was on
bullying.
Snapchat a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Then Hershey told me that he had not only one, not only two, but six girlfriends.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
like, damn, dude.
I know. Well, he's a cutie pie, and
Well,
he's
yeah,
very outgoing, so I think, that helps. So, I but that really broadens. See, this is what's hard with Devlin, is it really broadens who we're looking at, as because, like I said, we've looked at everybody around close to him, but then when we're looking at people that are close, like the girlfriends, I mean, that does broaden the sphere
Yeah,
of
because we don't even know who
people.
his girlfriends are.
Right. Like the one that Pastor Marilyn said he's was excited about
Yep.
meeting her at the park. And I thought, oh my gosh.
I
And see,
thought he
that's
was
when,
going to meet Marie because he didn't say. He just said that he was meeting his girlfriend at the park after he left dinner.
right.
And so I was thinking Marie, and I was asking Marie about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Marie said, no, I told Devlin that I couldn't meet him because I was having dinner with my grandma like I always do every year. So I
Aw,
wasn't gonna, I
right.
was going to be out of town. So I'm like thinking, oh, great. Did I just put my foot in my mouth, you know? Well, then she wanted to know about this meetup, and I couldn't tell her.
I know she just loves Devlin so much. Like she's very much in love with him. I know,
Right. I know that she's got some issues. Um, and her mom is the one that put the stop to her and Devlin seeing each other because of his age, and I think because of the trouble that he got into.
right.
Um, but
Right.
she was nasty and rude to me. She's the one that stopped me having any contact with Marie.
See, that's why I didn't want to have any contact with Marie just because I didn't know if her mom was okay with it or dad, because I mean, I
Now
thought
her
about,
dad's a different story. Her dad liked Devlin. Her dad didn't
oh,
mind
okay.
them being together.
Oh, that makes me feel better because I was worried that if dad was upset with Devlin, he could have accidentally hurt him or you know what I
Well,
mean? I don't,
that's what I was wondering about mom and her boyfriend.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, these are the people we have to look into, it's not, like I'm saying, oh, they probably did it, but you just don't know. And that's the only
Right.
people that we can look at is who was close, who he was talking to,
Yep.
most
It's like,
recently.
did they lure him to Vermontville? You know,
Hmm.
tell him that it was Marie and she wanted to see him. Um,
I know we've never found his cell phone either, right? No one has ever found his cell or
no,
like any type of like, because I was
they
wondering if
only
they were,
have the last cell phones. He had like 4 or 5 of them that we turned in, and
yeah,
and then the one that he had on him. But they were able to get messages and that off from it, or
right.
contacts anyway, people that he was talking to.
And
That's how
that
they
part was
found out how
hard.
many different girlfriends he had.
Ah, right. Well, and that was hard for you guys because he was just shy of turning 19. Also, he was an adult by the courts,
Right,
by the court standards. So like there's another young man, Jonathan Hong, who's been missing for
right,
about, yes, I'm sure you probably, yeah, because we talked about him here. And his parents were trying to get conservatorship over, so that way they could get into his, electronics and stuff because they have to be so careful. Fourth Amendment, I believe. Don't
yeah,
quote me, but it just it's a part of our our human rights that we can't. So that part's tough. That
right.
part is tough. Faye wants to know if the witness that saw that saying that Devlin got in the vehicle with the two men, if they talked to police directly about it, like did they go
I
and
have
talk to
no
Devlin?
clue. I have no idea at all. We have not heard anything about that person since they came forward and said that they um saw what looked, what that fit Devlin's description, getting hesitant about getting in this car. Um,
Right.
I've begged him to come forward and talk, and talk to me in private message, you know, but
Hmm.
nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people were doing that. I noticed too. Yeah, they would like say, "Okay, I'm gonna DM you some information." Like if I looked on the posts, right? Because I was kind of looking.
Right.
Facebook is very. There's a lot of information about Devlin on Facebook. Um,
Yeah.
TikTok is pretty moderate. We're trying to get more out, but like you were, um, in with the E's and Crime Time Buzz. Those are two good, really good creators for awareness on YouTube.
Right.
So, I mean, great, wonderful. And when I say the E's, I should have said the E's because, of course, there's Mrs. E and Aunt E,
Right.
but they're all really good and have good audiences. Peggy even says that she'll get some flyers to share. Do you, which one do you like? I mean, a lot of the times I had just the sweetest thing from Jesse Farber's wife. She made Devlin a flyer, but you did the Missing in America one. There's
Yes.
also one with the Aware Foundation.
I don't know if I know that one.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't know
have
if
to
I've
post them
seen
up.
it.
I've got a couple. I try to
I
collect
like
the
the one
flyers.
that Missing in America did.
They did a good job.
Um,
They
yes,
did.
they did. And
Yeah.
I even posted that I had flyers if people wanted to come and get them from me to pass out, and only one person did.
Aw, we need to get you guys some more people that'll do that. I know Piper passed out a bunch that she made.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that sucks is I
And
wish
I
I
think
could go there
that's,
and help out.
I think that's the thing is people are making their own flyers and hanging them up and posting them out, you know.
Yeah.
So there's so many flyers out there that, um,
So what do you believe the timeline to be, Tamara? Because I know, you guys you and Sabrina both saw him walk out that morning, right? He got ready, put his stuff
well,
up.
see, that's the thing. I was in the bathroom. I told him,
Yes, you guys were,
I,
yeah, yeah, just went through.
it's so hard because he got up that morning and I said, "Where are you going?" And he goes, "To the bathroom." And I said, "Good, I get it next." That was the only
Right.
words I said to Devlin that morning. I was hoping he'd
Okay.
stick around and talk to me because Sabrina and them had to leave. And when I was in the bathroom, I heard the door open and close, and Sabrina goes, "Mom, Devlin just left, and it's 7:28." That's how I knew what time it was when he left the house.
Well, I always take my phone in the bathroom, so that's why I was like, you
I
probably
never
saw it on your
do.
phone.
I never take my phone to the bathroom with me. That's one thing I just don't do.
Yeah, so but she was like, "Hey," so it was kind of early for him to leave. What time did he like? Usually
Yeah.
8:30 or so.
Yeah, usually
He got up
8:30,
that
9 o'clock. So it was
So
really early. And
yeah,
then the coworker, the manager called me from McDonald's and said that one of his coworkers saw Devlin going through the dumpster behind Family Dollar that morning around 8. And I figured he was
right.
looking for bottles and cans to take back to Carl's to turn in.
Mm-hmm.
And he cashed out at Carl's at 8:21.
Was
And
that the
I
same guy
know
that Becky
because it
talked?
shows up on the application that I have.
Yeah.
Because I set mine and Devlin and my son's cards up on my phone, they're all linked to that application. So I can see how much money Devlin spends, where he spends it. It doesn't tell me what he spent it on, just the amount and the time. Um, so I
Oh, I
was
see.
able to track it that way, and he only spent $12.07, I think it was. And he still has over $200 on his card. And that's
Right.
good
Yeah.
anywhere he goes, and he can use it in any other state.
Oh, really? I didn't know that you could use an EBT. Okay, or bridge card. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. So he could use that if, like, say, if he was going to Arizona, because I know a lot of people thought in the beginning maybe he was heading out that way,
but when he
but
only spent $12 and something, that wasn't even enough food that he got. They said it looked like he got something to drink and snacks
yeah, like
from
he
the
would be.
video. That's what the police officer told me.
Damn, I wish they wouldn't have gotten rid of that tape.
I know, but they didn't know that they'd need it.
I know, and then when Susan had it out, I thought she was gonna show it, and I was so like, "Oh, great, we get to
And
see,
she didn't
that
have the
morning."
video because
No, oh,
she
I
never even
know.
got to see the video. And I don't understand why they
Mm.
didn't make a copy of it for the police. But
Ooh,
because when the police
I
were in there to watch it, They should have known that, hey, they might need it.
But you went down there and talked to the owner, right? I know that you
I
were down there
called
talking.
and talked to the owner's son,
Okay,
and
yeah.
he
Thank
assured me
you.
that he would have the manager that was on duty that morning call me, and I never got a call. And I don't like
Wow.
Earl anyway. I'd rather talk to Adam.
Right, yeah. Well, sure. I mean, anybody that's going to have that information, but, I mean, that's another thing I just want people to know. You've been kind of doing your own, I don't want to say detective work, but kind of, right? You're like, you've been talking to people. You talked to Pastor Marilyn, you talked
Right,
to people that were, maybe had seen Devlin that day.
right,
Yeah, I know you have. And that's the most important thing we can do. Like, I don't mean to what do they call it? Interject in the or interfere, but you want to talk to the people that were close.
right.
So they
I
didn't
even talked to Joni Sowers quite a bit about
you
Devlin.
did?
Yep.
Yeah. So we were
I've
wondering
got
about that.
lots of text messages from our conversation. Um, but
Did you
it
ever
gets
think she
me
might
that
help him get out of town or something? Like,
that's
I mean,
what I wondered. And I flat
yeah,
out asked her about it.
you did? Okay, so I was
Yep.
wondering the
I
same.
even asked her because somebody said something about an underground uh it's like an underground homeless shelter for teens
Oh,
who feel that they've been abused or whatever. Or if they're just not happy with their home life they can go to. And I asked her if
mhm.
she helped him go to one, and she acted like she didn't even know what one was.
Yeah,
And so
that's
I
odd.
explained it all to her. Because that was my thought, and what if his phone pinged at her house that night because she took him somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that too. I
And
was
then
thinking that too.
for her to call 911 the next day to find out why the cops were at her house, it just I thought
I mean,
she
that was
answered her door.
see, and then, I thought they were teasing us because I'm like watching that and I'm thinking, well, why are they putting Joni's call in the next day? And that is bizarre. And maybe they find it to be bizarre too. And I've thought a lot about it. The last two that came out, like when it was you and Sabrina, you guys were being interviewed by
Right.
Susan, and just talking about Devlin. And then they also brought in that information. And I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because I thought that they were playing my call to 911. And then when I heard that it was her calling in, I'm like, wow, where'd that come from?
Me too. It threw me for a loop. It threw me for a big loop, and then because I was thinking that they were going to at least clear some family out because, I mean, look, they've been investigating the
Right.
case, right? So
Because
they
see, I
know.
called 911 the same time Sabrina did. Only she was in town and I was out here at home, and I didn't know that she'd called. And she didn't know that I called.
Oh gosh, yeah. Because see,
And
I've never heard your call. I only heard the dispatch.
that's because I called Central Dispatch. I didn't call 911.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right.
And
I do remember
so
you
I don't
saying.
know if they recorded it or if they just didn't request it because they had Sabrina's.
Yeah, right. Well, because there were two calls that came in. Um, yeah, and what were you guys thinking when you realize, okay, something's not right. Devlin's not coming home. He hasn't called. Like, because another thing too that set you guys
Right.
off was that he didn't call anybody. Like, he didn't
No,
call,
he
Sandra
didn't
back,
call
right?
anybody at all that day after he talked to Matt, as far as we
Let's back
know.
up. I'm sorry, Tamara. I got a little ahead of myself with that. So, when Devlin is finished getting his snacks and something to drink, he heads over to Lake O Laundry. but their cameras are updating, so they're not catching him on camera. But what do you think happened when he was at Laco Laundry?
In my opinion, I think him and Matt got into a pissing match again.
You said that.
Um, or Matt said something to Devlin that Devlin didn't like. Matt said everything was fine. Devlin was in his um happy-go-lucky self. That he was headed towards Family Dollar to get new charger cord for his phone. I tried to tell him that I didn't think it was the charger cord. I think it's the charger port itself on his phone. That's why his phone wouldn't keep a charge or wouldn't charge fast enough for him.
Yeah.
Because he's very impatient.
When he uses it all the time, he uses his phone
Well,
all
yeah,
the
and he uses it when it's on the charger.
time. I do too, though. I do
Um,
the same thing. I
I
do.
do
I'm
too,
horrible at
but
that.
I don't let mine. I normally don't let mine die. There's been a couple of times.
Yeah, same here. I'm like that too, though, because I always try to keep it charged in case somebody calls me or texts me with some information to, like, I mean, because we just never know
Right.
when someone's going to be found. And,
My phones are almost always on the charger now because of everything that's going on with Sabrina. And then my
yeah.
son messages me today and said, I've been telling my kids, I love you, stay safe, and be careful.
Aw, of course. Oh, of course.
And
hmm
my son messages me today and says, I'm sorry to tell you, Mom, but I almost got struck by lightning last night. And
Oh
I
my
said,
gosh.
damn, son, don't do that to me. Not now, not with everything going on. I can't handle that.
Oh, geez, Tamara, you're like, okay, everybody stay in the house, don't go out,
Right.
especially
Don't
with
get
something
no
like that.
vehicles, and I had an appointment today with,
No.
and I had, two new drivers. Um, I didn't know either one of them, and I had to get in a vehicle and ride with them, and I was like petrified. My anxiety was kicking.
Oh, I
And
bet. I bet.
of course, I can't smoke in their vehicles, so I was just like dying for a cigarette.
Yeah.
Well, when I got out of the hospital after my testing was all done, I went out. Um, they couldn't push me out to the sidewalk. So I walked to the sidewalk, well, near the sidewalk, and sat with a woman and was smoking my cigarettes. While I was
Mhm.
waiting for my ride, well, then it decided to start raining on me. So I was headed back into the hospital and it just downpoured. So I looked like a drowned rat by the time I got inside.
Aw, oh my gosh, you guys have had just the craziest weather too up there. Because
Well,
I've
they
been
said that
watching
we
your
were going to
weather.
have a few days with four seasons in one. And we have
Wow.
the rain, the sleet, the snow, the ice, the sunshine, all in one day.
Wow. And I think too, it's really odd. I hate to say that there's so many coincidences because even Faye is saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that they didn't get that footage from Carl's." But then when he goes to Laco Laundry, they're doing an update on the
Right.
on the cameras, and it's like, oh my gosh. Um, Anybody
I
with a
did hear that
tinfoil hat would
Jay's
think
caught him
everyone's in
coming
on
into
it, right?
town, but I did hear that Jay's got him coming into town, but that was like 7:30 in the morning. Well, close to 8. Um,
Okay.
it doesn't take that long, about 20-minute walk to go from
I was gonna
here to
say,
town.
yeah, because he can cut through. Like he used to cut through, right? Too.
Well, yeah, the road used to go all the way around the lake, but
Mm-hmm.
because it was getting so much traffic, outside traffic, because this was supposed to be all private, and they
Mm-hmm.
were getting drivers driving high speeds through here and whatnot, so they blocked it off up at the top of the hill. So you got the east side and the west side. And of course we're on the east side, but it's all Tupper Heights. And
Right.
the people that originally had it, they had like 100 plots. And they sold them all off. So that, if that tells you anything, they're 100-foot by 100-foot plot.
Yeah, and then there's like woods all back there from the trailer
Right.
park. Like, so sometimes Devlin would take the route from your guys' house, but he cut through like those woods to the trailer park. And
I
were
don't.
there any cams out
There's a
there? Like,
road that goes around by the woods. It goes over the. There's a bridge that goes over the river.
mhm.
Well, it's the channel that goes between. It's where it runs into Tupper Lake.
Right. Okay.
Um,
I think Piper was out by there on that bridge.
yes.
If I remember. Okay, she was out there. Yeah. Now, was
Yep.
that the same person that talked to you from McDonald's that she talked to? Because she went there and he said his manager had seen Devlin out there
Yeah.
in the
The
morning before
manager is the one
Carl's.
that called me. He's the one that Devlin put his application in there twice, had interviews with this guy. This guy wouldn't hire Devlin because he didn't feel that Devlin would be fast enough.
Yeah, at what because he worked at a different McDonald's in Hastings. Like he
Yeah, he
had,
worked in Hastings at McDonald's where
yeah.
he was doing cleanup. Which how fast do you have to be to do cleanup? To sweep floors,
I
and
mean,
make sure toilet paper and everything's stocked and
well,
um
I think Devlin would have done well at that because he probably would have, been friendly
right.
with customers and stuff, things like
Well,
that. And that would
Devlin
have been a
worked
great
at
job for him.
when Devlin was going to Maple Valley, he worked at Tractor Supply in Charlotte, and he worked at Good Time Pizza in Nashville.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was a dishwasher at Good Time. That's where the pictures of him doing the dishes.
Yes, that's what I
Yep,
thought, okay,
that was
great.
at
Thank
Good
you for,
Time,
yeah.
and
Aw.
he liked both of his jobs. But when he turned 18 and he dropped out of school, then he was shit out of luck with his jobs
Yeah.
because he
Yeah.
dropped out of school. But Hastings, when he went to go back to Hastings, they told him that he wouldn't be able to graduate with his graduating class. They told him that they could keep him in school until he was 26 years old. And he didn't want that. So then he tried transferring back to Lakewood after he got the domestic violence from Mama and wasn't allowed to stay there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And because they were taking so long getting his transcripts from Hastings to Lakewood, which is a bunch of shit, it's just across the county line. I could have walked him over myself a hell of a lot quicker. But they were
Yeah.
trying to find placement for him.
And that
And
was
so he dropped out of school.
and that's when he dropped out. Was he
Yep.
going to get a GED? Like, was he thinking about doing GED prep or something? Someone had mentioned
Yes.
that, but I didn't know how true.
Um, there was a woman, I think she was from ah, it's right on the tip of my tongue too. Um, Anybody can help me out. It's Alpha Women's Center. That's what it was.
Okay.
Um, he talked to a woman in there, I guess, that told him how to go about getting his GED online.
Was that across from
And
Penny's?
huh?
Is that across from Penny's Pizza or
Yes,
down by Penny?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And he had talked to Penny about it, and I was trying to help him fill out the paperwork so that he could get his GED, along with trying to help him get his Social Security back. Because he really needed his Social Security. These
Right.
boys,
I
these
think he would have
bullies that
done
he
well in the.
had.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the bullies that he had, the odd jobs that they sent him to, I find out that there was not only one or two that Devlin had told me about, but there was like more than 8 of them. They even sent him to Pennock
Jeez.
Hospital.
Did they ever find out who those little shits were?
Oh yeah, they know who they were.
Okay, good.
In fact, one of them was one of the guys on the one of the cadets at the fire barn.
I heard
And
that.
needless to say, when the
Yeah.
fire chief found out, he lost his job.
Well,
But
you
I
did
think they
see
should have been
that.
charged.
Well, I know, Tamara, and it would infuriate me as a family member, because here's the thing, those guys know better. They just do. They're out there to
Right.
you guys are there to help, not act like a butt. Think share.
I know that's
I
a
mean,
lot of the issue that we had with Devlin. He would come home so pissed off because of the
mhm.
day that he had because of them. They would send him on jobs and then to find out, well, we didn't call you, and argue with him, and he was like adamant about it.
Well, I would
Um,
be upset too about that, like, especially if you got yourself there and then because your nerves are worked over when you got a job interview, you want to do well. You need a job, obviously, so you're under pressure. And for
right.
somebody to do that is very rotten. Yeah, that's
Well,
why I
yeah.
call him a little shit.
The first job he told me about was they had the tanks from the RVs from the
Oh,
bathroom.
uh-huh.
He had 2 of them to clean out for $100. And then the second one was a girl had called him, told him that her husband needed help cleaning the pool out, getting ready for winter. And Devlin got there and argued with the husband that they didn't have no pool, he didn't need no help. And Devlin was on and on because his wife called him and told him, and um it's things like that. And who's to say Devlin didn't go to a job that these boys set him up for and it turned out bad? We don't know.
Oh, I know. I
I
know.
need
That's
to turn my
yeah.
my camera off for a bit. I gotta use the bathroom.
No worries. No
All
worries, Tam.
right.
Go for it.
I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, those are the things that I'm wondering about, guys. Because again, Devlin had so many people that he was in contact with, right? And that were kind of not treating him the best. And I'm glad to hear that the fire cadet was held accountable for his actions. And hopefully it's just a young guy that, made a mistake. But I do believe that
You gotta
it
move.
is absolutely wrong to do that to someone, tease someone, especially when they're under pressure. Like I said, a job interview is not a joke. Lisa King, yeah, that's not cool. Exactly. I'd be pissed too. I would be very upset. And it is playing with his emotions. And we know that people on the spectrum have social emotional dysregulation issues already, right? And that's what's not okay. So Devlin was dealing with a lot, Faye, and he was also, talking to people who we thought were people online, right? But what if one of those people didn't have good intentions? Obviously, a lot of them didn't. Hello, Celine Dixon. Good to see you. And Voices Behind the Wall is here. Thanks for being here. And I know, Faye, it's tough because it's all these coincidences, right? But that's why I was asking Tamara about him because, she was going around asking about him too to see. I think Sabrina did go over to Lake Go Laundry, if I'm not mistaken. She said she did. So just kind of trying to piece all of this together. Um, and I do want to hear more about Matt and the phone call. I think that's another thing that's just, just to piece this thing together a little bit. I wish I knew who all the girlfriends were. These are another group of people who I'm surprised hasn't come out. Only because, we do know that Marie had come out and just said, "Hey, I miss Devlin. I love him," And again, if Devlin, if you're watching this, your family loves you, your friends love you, everybody misses you. You had a lot of girls that, thought you were awesome. And, if you're out there hiding, you're not going to be, in any kind of big trouble if you do decide to come home. So, um, and I believe that Devlin could have, if he would have got GED, guys, if he would have gotten that prep and, worked hard on that and gotten a job, right, he would have been able to get an apartment. And then the girlfriends, he had 6 girlfriends. So that's not even a worry, right? That comes later. But I think he could have definitely taken care of himself and built up some, esteem in order to not have to, rely on family, because I think that was a lot of the pressure too. I think, he was in the middle of like, okay, I'm an adult. I don't want to have to listen to, the people that I live with. So I think that could have been something that was really, really um, life changing for Devlin, for him to get his own place. But again, with the education, that is tough, right? You're not going to get a good paying job um, when you don't have at least a GED. That's why it's so important, guys, to just at least get that high school education at the very least. That way, that's a stepping stone for trades or any of that stuff. Hey, Dan, good to see ya. So, I mean, it's really, really important to do that, to focus on that. Um, I know, I know. I think the same thing. Faces, why would Devlin hide? He's a fighter of life, in my opinion. I know. I don't see how it would be in his character to do it either, Faye, because he's so used to talking with people. He knows so many people. Um, yeah. I just don't see him even staying inside very long. And I've even talked to people about that as well. Like, that's one thing that gets me about Devlin's case, is because I don't think he would be able to stick in a house or somewhere, unless he was being held there, right? Like that's different. But no, I think he would have reached out. He would have called someone, whether it's his friends, right? A girl. I mean, he obviously liked having that interaction, so he would have been out there trying to find a girlfriend, probably. I mean, all of this is not like Devlin, because he's social. He's a very social kid. So, or young person, because he's coming up on his 20th birthday. So missing for a year, went missing just shy of his 19th birthday, coming upon his 20th birthday. You know, he had his whole life ahead of him, and he still does if he's out there. Um, Yeah, I'm glad to have you, Dan. Thanks for being here. So, I mean, that's the hell of the situation. And that's why I'm like, okay, Tamara, what can we do to spread some awareness? Because, hearing the flyers are being taken down and things like that, I wonder if someone in the area knows more. Um, there's just a lot of questions, a lot of avenues to go down as well. I think that's why this is a harder case, because Devlin had so many friends and, that sort of thing. Faye says, we know very well they have meltdowns without their routines. Right. True that, Faye. That's very true. Something bad happened to Devlin, I think. Yeah. I mean, and this is what's so concerning after so much time. Yeah. So we were
Yeah,
just kind of
because you
chatting.
don't know. you don't know how far he could have gone. Um, they told us that he walked as far as Bliss Road, which we didn't know that he walked that way.
Mhm. Bliss Road.
Yeah, it's south of or west of town, kind of like southwest of town.
Okay, and that would have
Um,
been towards the direction of Hastings?
um, Hastings, Clarksville, um,
Clarksville. Okay.
Freeport.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, because some people were saying, maybe he was walking and he got hit by a car, but do you think that that's a
that was
something?
something that Heshy said when he was here that that was a possibility that he got hit by a car and nobody turned it in, and that he's laying in a ditch somewhere.
But what about his phone pinging? That's what gets me, Tam. That's why I'm like, his phone pinged though, 11:30. I mean, unless somebody
Yeah.
knew who he was and then ditched his phone over near the. I mean, I
There's
know.
so many different things because I found out through the grapevine that he was talking to a sex offender in the trailer park
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that he even knew. Um, so that was a big issue for me
Yeah, because he kind
because
of
I
like would
already have
hang
issues
out with.
with them. I
Yeah.
call them
Well,
weasels.
yeah, and I'll text you because I think I know who you're referring to. I think I know who
Yeah,
you're
and
referring to.
that L what was his name? Wisner.
Yeah, yeah,
He was cleared. Devlin didn't have any contact with him. Um,
right.
I know a lot of people thought that um maybe he did something to Devlin, but he was cleared. He didn't have any contact with Devlin, and Devlin didn't have any contact with him. Other than he posted on Devlin's page that he might have some work for him, but Devlin never contacted him. Um,
Oh, okay. Well, that's scary though. That's like so close for comfort.
right.
Like where he could have almost been in
But
contact with.
and then you know the same thing. This guy could have been legit and had worked for Devlin. He might be one that was um oh, what do you call it? Rehabilitated,
Mm-hmm.
because some are rehabilitated. Not everybody that's a sex offender molested somebody under the age. I have a cousin that went to prison, spent quite a few years of his young life in prison because he was sleeping with a married woman, and when her husband found out, she cried rape. So
Oh,
my
I see.
cousin, when they asked my cousin if he had sex with her, well, he did. They were in a relationship.
Yeah. Well, and I think too that's why they came out with the Romeo and Juliet law, where like if it's a 17 and an 18-year-old or something like that, then they give a little bit of, slack to that because
They
I've
actually
heard of
have a
that as
3-year
well.
leeway. Like a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old can be in a relationship.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
it's legal that way.
Yeah.
So if Marie was 15 and Devlin was 19, yeah, that would have been wrong. But I was under the impression that she was 16.
Well, and I think they were dating before he had turned 18 and stuff too. So
Yes,
that's
they
so,
were.
that's the thing that I think they need to, make some concessions on that, of course. Because it's not predatory, so to speak.
Right.
But,
But I
when you
think a
have
lot of it was when Devlin got her the engagement ring.
I saw that where he changed his status and said engaged and
Yep.
yeah.
He got her an engagement ring.
Yeah.
And asked her to marry him. Well, of
Yeah.
course, Mama didn't want nothing to do with that. But my
Yeah.
God, he was proven that he could get a job and work.
Right. Yeah, and
Um,
it's tough. It's a tough situation for parents, you know.
right. I wish he could have kept his job at Tractor Supply in Charlotte or been transferred to Hastings Tractor Supply. But I guess they're not on the same chain or something.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I mean it's too bad that his skills couldn't transfer over, and I mean I'm sure there was something he could have found. Do you think that he was going to get a job over with now her name escapes me. I'm horrible. But
Brittany,
not with Brittany, but well, cuz I know that they were friends too, but I was thinking of the lady with the barn.
oh, Lori.
Lori, thank you. Yeah, Lori. So, was Lori gonna give him a job working her land or something that she has?
Well,
Because
that's what she claimed. But in the times that I talked to her prior to her interview with Piper, she had never
uh-huh.
mentioned it to me. Devlin never mentioned it to me. And he would have been on cloud nine,
I know.
knowing that he had a job making that kind of money
I know.
because he was so excited about these jobs that these boys were giving him. He didn't know that they were fake until
Oh,
he went there.
that just makes me so mad. And
I know, right? And that's
yeah.
why I don't understand if Lori and Ralph offered him this job, why he didn't say anything to anybody.
I mean, he didn't tell anyone because I asked
No,
around.
he
I really
didn't.
did. I did. I asked around. I mean, I even asked Jessica. I said, "Did he ever mention?" And then, you know,
Yeah.
no, or no,
Lori
I'm
lied
sorry.
so
I
much
didn't
in
ask
her
Jessica. She said
interview.
it on
It wasn't
Piper.
funny.
Yeah, no, she said that to Piper actually. I'm sorry. I got that wrong. That wasn't when I asked her. She said that she goes, "I didn't know that he was going to have a job. That's, news to me or something." And I thought and then I think it was I asked you and a couple other people around Tina. I said, "Did Devlin mention a job? Because I think he would be over the moon, right? For
He
$15 an
would have
hour."
been. He would have been ecstatic.
Yeah. I'd be fine with $15 an hour too. Especially if I
Well,
knew
like
the
I
person
said,
and he was
he
close to home.
when he got these job offers for $100 doing this one job or $100 for doing this other job, and he was just thrilled and he was telling everybody. But when it
Sure.
came to Lori and Ralph offering him $15 an hour right there close to home and he never said anything to anybody, something's wrong with
No
that.
kidding. Yeah, I didn't find that believable. There
And
was
they
a few
said
things.
that Devlin sang karaoke the night before he went missing on
Uh-huh.
Easter Sunday. But yet the last time that they had Devlin singing was like 2 weeks before that.
Right. That's what I thought. I thought he'd only been in there the couple times that they had him on
Yep.
camera.
Yep.
Yeah. She said he was in there on Easter Sunday after he had went, I'm supposed to church and I'm guessing to see his girl because the girlfriend because 6:30 is when she said he was over at Bob's.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, but then she said that he had to get home, and you were saying, that he was typically home about 8 o'clock or so. So six
Yep.
thirty.
He was usually home between 6 and 8 o'clock every night since he got put on probation, and it was regular with him. By 8 o'clock, he was in the house, and by nine
Right.
o'clock, he was going to bed. Um, usually,
Sure.
but
But the latest he
he
would
was
have been going
always
to
in the house by 8 o'clock at the
yeah.
latest, and he would always call me on the way home if it got late because he'd get scared, I'm sure, and he never called me that night.
See, and that's what kind of tipped you guys off. So when you guys were, or when Matt was talking to him at the laundromat, he did say that, he was supposed to call Sandra back, but he never did.
Right.
Yeah,
Which
and
I don't
that,
understand why Devlin didn't stay on the phone and talk to Mama anyway. This is what I don't get, because Devlin always talked to Mama. And she said she had to go to the bathroom and she'd be right back. And she was
I
in the
know.
bathroom when um he hung up from Matt. And I asked Heshy repeatedly, how many times did Devlin call Mama's that day? And I still have not got an answer on it.
Well, that would be a good indication of a timeline or when a phone would ping. I mean, and then also did was Matt allowing, see, and I'm not trying to throw Matt under the bus, but I know people have questions about Matt. And the thing is that it's just because he's the last one to talk to Devlin, and then we're, still focused, because I'm not saying that Matt has involvement. What I'm saying is that I'm just kind of trying to get down to that, because again, if he was having a pissing match and it was something where he wasn't letting, Sandra talked to Devlin, or well, more so Devlin calling her. But yeah, did he call
Right.
after? Would be a good question.
See, because Matt has actually stopped me from talking to Mama. He'd tell me, oh, she's in the bedroom changing her clothes or getting her laundry around. But do you think he'd call for her to let her know that I was on the phone? Hell no.
And does she have a landline or a cell that they're calling? Because I always wondered that too.
We always call the landline.
Okay, so it's just a landline, and then okay, that's why Matt would
Yep.
answer. Because I was thinking if it's her cell phone, he's just answering her cell, and because I'm sure
Yeah,
he's got his
no,
own
it's the
cell.
landline. He's always right there by it.
Right,
And
right.
I hate hearing his voice at times. I want to reach through the phone and just throat punch him or
Well, he
beat the
said some
shit out
pretty
of him.
He's said some pretty crappy things lately, so I understand that. Well, and just in general, just that back and forth with Devlin, I never understood that. Why go back and forth
In my
with him,
opinion,
especially?
Matt and Gordy are weasels. They're jealous of Devlin because they're not the babies anymore.
Yeah, yeah, and that very well
And
could
Matt
be.
made the statement that Devlin would never come back to live at Mama's house because Matt wouldn't have a place to live. And Mama promised Matt a place to live as long as she's alive and even after, until the day he dies.
Yeah, yeah. So he's
And we won't
okay.
go
I
there
get that.
about that because I made a comment the other night. My sister said, "Don't go posting that on Facebook or on um anywhere online."
On the social medias, right?
Right?
No, I know. Well, and those are the things that are so tough within families. I do think Matt is a bully, Lisa. I do. I mean, look, if you're gonna pick on someone younger than you and you're the adult, I mean, we talked about that with Aunt Melissa, in Sebastian's case. Um, I mean, you don't pick on them. But that morning they were kind of going at, is it just kind of a thing between them? Is that their shtick, or is that? I mean, just for people who don't know, but is that something that is typical?
Of Matt.
Yeah.
Matt and
And
I go around a lot.
I was gonna
Which
say, is
is
it just Evelyn or is it everyone?
no, Devlin and I
Gosh.
and Matt and I got into it so bad the other day. That's when I said I wasn't gonna call Mama's phone no more.
Well, and here's the
And I
thing,
haven't. It's been 3 days. He gets Mama all the time. He lives there. She don't go nowhere. He don't go nowhere.
mm-hmm.
And when I get on the phone with Mama and he's got to start running his mouth, that pisses me off alone.
Right. Now, does John live there with them, or is he got his
No,
own
John moved
place?
out quite a while ago. He back before Christmas, I believe. He moved in with his mom and her boyfriend, now husband. Um,
Okay.
so he hasn't even been around. not even to visit.
I heard him and Devlin had a good relationship. Like they were kind of close. Like, they were
No, they
buddies.
weren't. I
They
don't know
weren't
where that
buddies?
came from.
I don't know where that. Hey,
Yeah,
I'll tell you,
John
Tamara, a
wasn't
lot of
around
people see
Devlin
stuff.
much.
Okay, yeah.
Um, like I said, I don't know where that information came from because that didn't
I can't
happen.
remember who told me that. I heard they were just, close or well, because I guess I thought maybe that could be true because he was supposed to bring him to court on Tuesday.
Well, see, he was supposed to bring Devlin and I both because Sabrina said she wasn't going to
Oh.
take Devlin as long as he couldn't help out around here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I
And
know
so
that
Sabrina
that
wasn't
was
going to go to court, so John was going to take Devlin and I both. But I ended up riding with Sabrina so that John didn't have to come up here because Devlin never came home. And we were hoping that he'd show up at court, that he just went to Hastings and spent the night somewhere there.
Uh-huh.
But he didn't
Yeah,
show up
sure.
in court, and I was crying. And I told the judge, I said, Devin was listed as a missing person out of Ionia County. Yesterday, he didn't come home last night. We haven't heard nothing from him. Nobody's seen him. He just vanished. And the judge said he would issue a bench warrant so that if Devlin were to have any run-ins with the law, that they would pick him up and we would know where he was.
Right, exactly. Is he still
And he wished
active?
us
They
the
still have
best.
them?
Huh?
Does he still have the active warrants in case they I
Yes, he
mean,
does. He has two.
good.
He now
Yeah,
has
I
one
hate to
out of
say
Eaton
good, but
County as well.
oh, right. Yes. Yes, ma'am. I do remember
Um,
that then too. Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Ionia County hasn't issued one, and I don't think that they will. I talked to Mandy Sanderson, who is the head of the probation department, and I let her know what was going on. I've kept her updated, that hey, look, he's still missing. Um, there was so much controversy over his last payment. People didn't realize it was a holiday weekend when it was paid, and it takes 3 to 5 business days for it to clear.
Uh-huh.
And they come in a batch, like all together, and then the friend of the court is left sorting it all out. So it can
Right.
take them a while because they wait and let them gather up so that they have a whole bunch of them instead of just one or two at a time.
Yeah, and then people were thinking like he paid his fine after he went missing
Right.
because of when it
Yeah, that's
posted.
exactly.
Yeah, I
And
remember all that. Mhm.
yeah, well, who paid it for him?
Yeah, where's he? Well, and then also when there was some deleted posts off his Facebook, I was like,
And we still don't know who did that.
I know, I'm like, I haven't heard anything about, I mean, not that
No.
I've been in, I haven't asked either, but
I think
I always just
Detective
figured,
Heshy knows, but he hasn't said
Mhm.
anything. I haven't heard
Right.
from him since the day that he was out here with Detective Castle and we had to sit down.
Yeah, I'm glad they're
And of
working
course,
with
I
you
had
guys,
Mom and
man.
Matt on speakerphone, and Matt's mouth kept running as usual. He did the same thing when I was on the phone when Piper and um the other one was out here, Arlene.
Mhm. Yeah, I know she
Um,
came out and talked with you. I
you
mean,
know,
so
that was
why
a surprise visit because I didn't even know that they were on their way.
do you think Matt could hurt Devlin, like, could or would? I hate to even ask, but, I think it's a legitimate concern.
I think so. I think Matt could have. Um, it's just my opinion,
Yeah, no, I
but
I
I
respect
think
it.
Matt could have paid somebody to take in Devlin somewhere.
I always wondered about the Michigan militia was always another, not that, I mean, I'm not saying those guys are bad or good or anything, but I'm just like,
Well, they're
that was
not
one of
good. They were into drugs trying to get Devlin into them. Thank God that he didn't, as far as I know. But I
Yeah,
was later told, again by Matt, that they're gay guys and they got Devlin into being gay. And now, why would Devlin have all these girlfriends if he was gay? That I don't understand. Unless
that's what
he
I
uses
said.
them for a cover up.
Yeah, but
Um,
I don't know, Tam. I always thought because somebody else said that too, and I thought to myself, I think it's just maybe some of his mannerisms that we were seeing when he was talking at Bob's, but he's just more soft spoken, or how he was talking that way that day. But no, I think he's a ladies' man, is what I call. you know,
right,
it just seems like he does, and it seemed like he wanted a long-term relationship, right? The engagement and things like that are usually. I just
right.
don't see Devlin trying to use somebody. He seems like he's not one for injustices. Is that true or?
Well, I don't know because look at how many different cases he's got against him.
Well, that's true too. That's true too.
Um,
But one thing
he
with
could have had
and I
more.
do you think that part of him coping with the autism, or just as a I hate to say a side effect, but maybe like a tendency of people who have autism, they do melt down and they do lose control of emotions and stuff. Do you think it was more that, or his personality, I guess is.
I don't know because Devlin was always a good kid growing up.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he got in with the wrong kids or just growing up things were getting to him more.
Mhm.
I know he didn't find out until he was 17 that he was adopted. And Mama
Yeah.
was so bent on she was so pissed because of the way that he was talking to me, knowing
Mhm.
that I was his grandma and she was his great grandmother. The way that he was talking to us, being disrespectful, and she slammed on the brakes. I'll never forget it. We were at the corner of 66 and Tupper Lake Road. She slammed on her brakes, put her car in park, and told Devlin that he was adopted and that she was his great grandmother and I was his grandmother. And he needed to straighten up.
Was he pressing the issue? Because Sabrina had mentioned that he was kind of noticing the age difference. So
Right.
was he kind of, yeah.
I don't know because people were telling him, oh, they can't be your parents. They're too old.
Aw. Well, yeah. I mean, that's
And you know how
good.
people can be cruel.
Right. People, yeah, no, it's not even just kids. Yeah, because I said kids, and then I'm thinking to myself, well, it's not only just kids.
Right.
Um, yeah. And to go that low is yeah.
And I'm
So he
sure
started
it hurt
realizing,
him.
well, sure. I mean, yeah. And then also with Jessica coming into his life,
Oh
that
man,
had to
that was a
be,
catastrophe in itself.
I bet that was very tough for all of you guys. Like every single one of, everyone
Like, I
involved.
wanted to reach through the phone and just slap the hell out of her the day that she called him on his 18th birthday. She claims it was 2 weeks later, but it wasn't. It was his 18th birthday because Mama and Devlin and I had just got back from a day of shopping in Charlotte at the Goodwill As Is store.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
we weren't even out of it. Mama didn't even have the car shut off yet. We had just pulled in the driveway and she called. And she said, "Hi, Devlin. This is your mom. I love you and I miss you so much." And that was it. I wanted to choke her.
So, and then he didn't really realize who he was speaking. Well, as far as I know, I guess from what she's told me too, is that he really didn't believe or know who she was, but then he kind of knew, was it one of his friends or not? Um, Sorry, it's been a little while since I've talked to her. But she, from what I could understand, Devlin was kind of taken back and shocked when he realized that that was maybe his biological mom.
No, I think he was more curious. than anything.
Yeah. Aw.
Um, she told him so many lies and shit, just like Adam. And I feel so bad to Tina about that still. To think that I accused her son of raping Jessica. And she
No,
said,
we know that's not true.
and she said, Adam would never do that. And I said, I'm telling you, he did.
Ugh.
But she said that Devlin was a product of rape. He was not my son's baby.
Right.
That's how
Exactly.
she put it to us and my son. And that was
Right.
when my son quit caring.
There was a news article about that as well, wasn't there? That she had claimed that when he
I have
was
the
in trouble.
paperwork from the CPS reports on it.
Yeah, that's wild, and that's a huge lie.
And
Well, and
that's
those
how
are
I
the
found
kinds of
out that
things.
it was not Adam, it was some guy named Eric. And I
Uh-huh.
went and I sent the copy of the paper to Tina, and I said, I am so sorry, Tina. But I told Tina, I said, I will never take the title of grandma away from you. I said, Devlin feels that you're his grandma. He's called you his grandma. He's talked to you. I said, I will
Oh yeah.
never take that away from you.
I love that you guys are working together. I think that that is fantastic. I mean, and Tina's a very good-hearted person,
Right.
and yeah, and
And she
Devlin
got
did. They
sucked in by Jessica's lies as well.
well, exactly. And I couldn't say, hey Jessica, you're lying about who's Devlin's father because I don't know. I don't even I mean, I guess I could send her a home paternity test
I did not
and
know
reveal
until
it on the
I
show.
read these
No.
papers that there was another guy yet. So we got Eddie, we got Eric, we got Tim, and we got Adam.
I know, and then Eddie was one on Facebook that was saying, "I'm Devlin's dad," and I'm like, "What in the world is
Yep,
this?" Because
yep.
I saw that, I saw those,
Because Jessica went and told his aunt that he needed to come around and help her take care of his son. And she was only
Mm.
2 months pregnant then.
I think Jessica likes to run games on people so she could see how much she could get off of them
Right.
financially and otherwise. I mean, I was helping with the Christmas for AJ, and then she's putting a lot of items on the list that are like for adults, and then I'm like, hey Tamara, does Devlin do woodworking by burning
Well,
work
yeah,
by
and
any
then
chance?
the basketball hoop is what got me because Devlin has one just like it at mom and dad's.
Right, right,
And I know that there's no way that AJ could play with that. He's too little.
exactly.
I don't think he
No,
could even get the ball up on the net. He might. Maybe if he was standing on his bed.
yeah, I know, I know.
Um,
I know she's got a mini trampoline for him, so maybe that would that might help. But
maybe.
yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I know that's why I was like, this is older than just and
Right.
then just the other weird
And
stuff. I was
then the woodworking thing, Devlin wanted one.
mm-hmm,
And,
mm-hmm.
and then to wonder if maybe she wasn't setting him up with his own apartment with the vacuum and the crock pot because she only feeds just herself and she don't eat much.
Oh, I know. I was always telling her, make sure you're eating, make sure you're drinking water, make sure you're staying hydrated for to
Right.
help. But but she wasn't. I mean,
She was a lot like me in that aspect. I don't eat much. I eat one meal a day. I don't drink enough water to say so. I drink my coffee all day long.
I drink too much coffee
And I
myself.
say, well,
I'm
I
right
get my
there.
water in my coffee, and everybody's like, no, that ain't water. Well, yeah, it is. There's a pot of half a jug of water that goes into one of them pots.
Right. Yeah. No,
What is
I
it if
hear
it
what
ain't
you're saying.
water? It's just got coffee grounds in it, filtered coffee
Exactly.
grounds. So
That's
it's flavored
funny.
water.
Yep. Well, I mean, I'm right there too. So yeah, that's what I'll say from now on. I get the water with the coffee. So
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. So when I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to ask you, or what else, what would you like us to do here? I saw Chuchi ask us earlier. What would you like us to do here to help with Devlin awareness? Like what can we do to help? Um with any type of awareness or just help find Devlin, where would you like us to start looking?
Um, I don't even know where to start, where to begin to start looking for Devlin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now that the snow is gone, they want to start searching the areas again in case they missed something the first times around. I honestly don't think if they didn't find it the first time, I don't think they're going to find it now. That's just my feelings, in my opinion, as y'all say.
Right, I know, yeah, we gotta say allegedly my opinion my opinion.
Right.
Well, and, because I was thinking, I know Jules has dogs that would look for, or that, are trained to look for electronics, and I was thinking, have they really looked heavy in the area for Devlin's phone?
Well,
Is one
see,
thing
that's
that I
just it. I don't know. I thought that they had cadaver dogs out, but I guess they only they're only scent dogs. And then I find out later that the cadaver dogs, we only have 4 in Michigan.
Oh, wow. For the whole state?
Yeah, for the whole state.
Wow.
That's a lot of area,
Yeah, there's a lot of wood too.
right?
Yeah, I
Um,
wanted to try to link her up with
I
backwoods when
wanted
she
to
get
ask you, somebody had mentioned to me, I'm trying to remember who it was, about the Cajun Navy.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was my
So
cousin Cher.
uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
I said, well, something was mentioned about that before, and I don't know what happened that they didn't end up coming up here. Wasn't that part of one of Jessica's lies?
So, no, she was actually truthful about that. Like, so what happened was, and I wondered if this got her discouraged a little bit, but what happened was is that she got in touch with the United Cajun Navy. We had sent her the link and stuff, and they sent her someone local to her. So that was like that 911 find, or find 911. I think it's 911 find. So she fills out the paperwork for that and sends it back in. Well, they ended up getting together with resources in Michigan, because then they realized we're not looking for someone in Arizona, we're looking for someone in Michigan, which I don't know, maybe they should be looking in Arizona. But either way, they got a hold of Backwoods Search and Rescue, because they'd been on, working from the beginning.
Right,
So they got you guys local resources, which was really good. So all of that came full circle, which worked out really well in the end. But I always wondered, and I never asked her if that discouraged her in any way, because the United Cajun Navy is a big deal. Everybody knows about them in terms of search and
right.
rescue. Yeah, so I didn't know if she
See, and
maybe felt like.
I didn't know anything. I did not even know what SAR stood for.
Right.
And
I
I'm
mean,
like, what is
yeah.
SAR? And then everybody's telling me it's search and rescue.
Uh-huh.
Like I
Mhm.
said, they didn't make a manual on how to look for a missing person. There
Right.
is no manual for it.
Right.
And when you don't have people advocating or helping you out, um, I didn't know what the hell I was doing in the beginning.
I know, Tim.
I
I
contacted
understand that.
Missing in Michigan and Missing in USA um before anybody else, and I was so thankful when I got a hold of Missing in America,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
they have been so good to me.
Good. I was so happy when you did too. When you got a hold of them, I was like, that really shifted everything for me. Also, talking to Pastor Marilyn, verifying the information that you were giving and seeing how much you were putting forth to find Devlin, I was like, I just need to work with Tamara, even if we don't get along, right? I mean,
Even
because
getting him listed on
but
name
we
is
get
just
along
such a
better
big
now.
thing. Yes, we do.
We do, right? We really, but see, this is the thing, it's hard because everybody looks right at the first people around, and then once you start expanding out, that's when I started
Right.
realizing, okay, I think
See,
Tamara
people
is
were so
absolutely
narrow
helpful.
minded and set on us. And Jessica wasn't
Right.
helping nothing with her lies and bullshit.
I agree. I agree. Well, and
Um,
that's why I had to talk to her, and I figured, let me see what she has to say. And then once I started realizing, well, this isn't really, the thing that's different about somebody when they're telling the same story over and over doesn't always mean they're telling the truth. It just almost means that they've rehearsed the story over and over to tell it. And that's what I see in Jessica's stories many, many times. Now there's been some truthful things too, but it's weighing it out. So yeah, I'm
right,
glad though, and I'm glad to help you in any way that we can because, Devlin's out there somewhere. I say they don't
right,
just go poof and, we don't disappear. So where is he? And
right.
yeah, I think you've been racking your brain yourself too.
He went to shit with the bears in the woods and the hogs ate him, I guess. I don't know.
Well, isn't
Um,
there like a pig farm next to? I know people were speculating
yes, it's right
heavily on
down the
that.
road from us. And
Yeah. Yeah.
even James said that if that were the case, the people that owned the pig farm, they would have smelled the decomposing body. It's their pig farm. They are out there every day with the pigs, more than once a
Yeah.
day, tending to them, feeding them, moving them from
Sure.
one side of the road to the other. And I love when it comes time for them to move them from one side to the other. And my ex-boyfriend and I even chased one from down the road. It was headed towards town.
Oh my gosh.
And
It's a farm town. Where you guys live is a heavily farm area
it
too, right?
is a
Yeah.
lot of cows and horses and goats and pigs. Then I find out that Lori Ann has pigs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you think her boyfriend would have been mad at Devlin, or do you think he was kind of hitting on Lori at all? I mean, I hate to even say that, but
Well, I
he
know
is
at one point
19.
Lori Ann was gonna have Devlin arrested for stalking her.
Because he would come around, but I feel like he would just go stop by over people's houses, just you know, that he knew
Because
and
that
stuff.
was his nature to go and visit and see how they were doing, and
Yeah,
um a lot of people don't like that.
I know.
And
Yeah,
this thing
people are
with the
kind of.
damn coffee cup that Lori Ann kept bringing up, and she wanted Chad from the fire barn to take it, and um,
I know, but what if that was his coffee cup? Where would he go after that? I mean, people would have spotted him. I think. I mean, there's cameras. See, that's another
right.
thing that bugs. Cases and Q's says, I'm in Michigan, and if there are any planned upcoming searches, I'd love to join. Or is there any maps that can be looked at to see where areas have been covered? There is. I mean, I
We
have.
do have maps. Um,
Yeah.
I need
Uh,
to find my photos of the maps and have them downloaded to um. Maybe I can get them to you, and you can download them.
yeah, because I
Um,
would definitely get him over to cases and Q's and see if.
I know they're
Uh,
hard to understand. It's hard for me to understand because of all the lines and everything.
I know.
And
I know. I wanted to have Jules look at them for me and interpret some of it. I know that if there's like a spot, Tamara, if there's like a red dot someplace, that's kind of where they've found some information or a clue kind of a thing.
I don't know.
Um,
Lori Ann said that they stopped at the end of her driveway, and when I talked to James, he said we did not. We went
yeah, I
right
heard
on
that
by
too.
her house.
And
They
that
went
would have been
down to
up
the
by
creek,
Bonanza.
huh?
That would have been up by Bonanza in Tupper Creek.
Yeah, Yep.
Yeah, I've
Because
heard
she
that.
lives on Bonanza just a little ways from Tupper Creek. But
But that
so
was
does
around.
my grandson's dad. Now they live just
Oh,
off from Tupper Creek on Christopher Drive.
oh,
And he
okay.
was
Yeah.
going down there and he was going to take Leo from the bus stop one day. And Mom and I told him, don't you dare. Robert will have your ass for kidnapping him.
Oh, yeah.
And he would go down there and he would stand and wait for Leo to get off the bus. And Robert threatened him. And I even wondered about that. Did Robert do something to him? But James said that there was no sign of Devlin around the creek. He's assured me of that repeatedly. Because you have to
Good.
cross the creek. You go past Lori's house going out of town. You go past Christopher Drive. You go over the bridge. And just a little past the bridge, there's a 2-track. It was a road that comes back into our place from the backside, off from Bonanza. But they closed it down years ago. They didn't maintain it. They quit maintaining it. So it was no
Oh,
longer a
okay.
public road. And even the fire department has said they need to reopen that up so that we have more than one way in and out from where we're at.
Yeah, because that's kind of scary. I didn't realize that. Like, well, Sabrina told me. I do remember her explaining that all to me because I thought there's no way Devlin made it all the way around Tupper Creek, like taking that long way around. And I'm like, that's what it's showing me on the Google map. And she goes, oh no. And she explained to me about the road, but I didn't realize that's shut off from you guys.
I used to
You only have the one way.
walk that. I used to walk the long way around. I worked at the DPW for
Mhm.
community service. And I used to walk that long way around, and it would take me 45 minutes going that way, where it only takes 20 minutes to walk the other way to get to Sunoco.
Right. Yeah, that's what you guys were explaining to me too. You guys are like, nope, you got it wrong, lady, because look at it's it only
Yep.
takes about and they go, oh yeah, it would only take him if he took that shortcut, it would take him about 30 minutes, right, to get to, like down to French Fry Road McDonald's area, the like where he
Yeah.
was at 8 a.m.
Yeah. Um, that's where his phone, the Life 360 pinged was French Fry Lane and Jordan Lake Road, and that was at 9:28, and that was the last time that Marie got a ping on his phone from Life 360.
From Life 360. Yeah.
Well,
Gosh,
and I
and
have yet to talk to Erin to see if she was on it.
oh right. Okay, yeah, Aaron, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, I know that Life 360 can be manipulated, so a lot of us are kind of like, with the life. But in the same way, if he was back over there, then that might give us an indication. Did they say what time about he was supposedly
That was
walking
about
down
9:28 in the morning, which would have been after he got off the phone with Matt.
Matt? Yeah.
Um, but Matt said that he was going to go to Family Dollar to see about a new charger cord for his phone.
Right. But didn't he buy a power bank? Okay, so was it a power bank or a charger?
It was a
That
charger box, just the
and that
box.
just the box at Sunoco, and that was Easter Sunday, or was that
Yep,
the day before? Yeah.
that was Easter Sunday.
And they had him
'Cause
on
Pastor
camera.
Marilyn gave him $20 for Easter.
Aw, she's so sweet.
She is. She's very sweet and very protective of Devlin.
Yeah, you could tell she really, I mean, just something special for him.
I
Loves
mean,
him.
everybody that knew Devlin was protective of him. Penny from Penny's Pizza, um,
yes.
even uh, Chief Backing, her officers knew Devlin.
Yeah.
He'd come in here and he'd be talking about Eric this and Eric that, and I'm like, I don't even know who Eric is. Well, then I find out he's one of the officers uptown. Okay, now I know. And it's nice to be able to put a face with a name or a name with a face, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
just like Sabrina was talking about Chad this and Chad that, and I'm like, I don't even know who Chad is. He's the fire chief, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
and she was talking about all these people from the different, like, Christian Aid Ministries and James, who is now part of Backwoods, um,
Uh-huh.
our owner of Backwoods, co-owner.
Yeah. Christian
I'm so
Ministries
proud of
help a
him.
lot. Oh, James from Backwoods.
Yes.
Oh,
Um,
he's awesome. He's
he
awesome.
is. He's
I
been
adore
with
him.
us from
Yep.
day one. He said he's not going to stop until Devlin's found. Um,
Absolutely.
I called him and messaged him, and I'm like, they found a body here. Is it possible that it's Devlin's? Um, they just found another body in Livonia. The
Oh, okay.
description of the clothing matched Devlin's, except
Oh,
they said shoes, and he had boots on, but he could have gotten shoes somewhere.
sure.
And I haven't heard anything back on that one. But
Okay,
they
because I
said that
know.
they would call me if they needed any more information. But I gave them Detective Heshy's name and the number for his case.
Right. Oh, that's fantastic. Because I know Tina had contacted me about someone being found when I was in
Yeah,
Tennessee, and that
that
was
was in
early February or end of February. Sorry.
yeah, that was down by Detroit. Because I
Yeah.
called on it and Sabrina had called on it.
See, yeah. I mean, and every single time that that happens, it has to be like all alert. Everybody's alerted, and
Right.
that's
Well,
so
and these
difficult.
people
Yeah.
see it on Facebook and then they send it to us. Um, I know my cousin sent me the one about the guy in Livonia, and somebody else sent it to me, an anonymous person, of course. And I thanked them because it's things like that. If we don't hear about it, we don't call on it, we don't know. And it's a
Right.
possibility that, hey, it could be Devlin. The one that was found up by 131 in Grand Rapids. I called Detective Heshy and I asked him to please check into it, and he said already on it.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I know for certain that they're absolutely on it, because I think
Yeah,
even there was a search and they found something and the police were right there to make sure, you
right.
know. Yeah, that's why I have a lot of faith in the department there and what they're doing.
And a lot of
Because
people
yeah,
don't because they don't know what goes on behind the scenes. They only know that we're not getting information like they want.
well, that's what we were thinking, that no one was searching for Devlin, so we're like, let's get some searchers out there. I knew that people were searching in the very beginning, but we didn't know that it was continuous and that James was working so hard. And then once we
Yeah,
realized that, we're like, yes. And then Piper, like I said, there was a sighting at a hotel that they put on Facebook, and I
the
called
one
up there.
in Greenville.
Yes, and I
Yeah,
called and they said, "We don't have an email." And I said, "Well, I need to send you a flyer." But the lady remembered when Piper went in there to take a flyer, and she remembered me calling, and I was like, "That's awesome." So that awareness is
right.
people
And
care.
then,
People do
like,
care.
the girl said that he was working across the street at Dairy Queen.
Yes,
And then when
I sent a
asked
flyer to
about it,
her.
they didn't have no guys in there other than the one manager.
Right.
And it's
Right,
like,
exactly.
and I questioned this girl, and I think she was just out for money, honestly.
I mean, I wonder or people want the recognition, like they want people to comment and, and go back and forth under a comment like that, and that's what's difficult. Because I even screenshotted one from TikTok that said about Swifties, about, I saw Devlin down at Swifties Park. Um,
Oh, yep, that DJ AJ.
Yes, yes. And I'm like, did you really see him? Like, I reached out to that guy too, and he didn't say anything. So I figured, well, I think he's fibbing then. If
Yeah,
he's
because he said that he was coming from towards Carl's with a Carl's bag in his hand. Well, he wouldn't have been
yeah.
coming that way. He would have been coming up 2nd Street from the laundromat if he was going through Swifties. Or
Oh,
coming up
okay.
from down by Shell because he'd been to Family Dollar.
Right.
Well, he would have come up, um, I think no, it would have been 3rd Avenue to 2nd Street. They got
Okay, yeah.
streets and avenues, that like 3rd Avenue and 3rd Street or 2nd Avenue and 2nd Street. I think it's
Uh-huh.
stupid.
I know what you
Could they
mean though,
not
because
come
I
up with
see
enough
maps.
names?
Yes,
Um,
I know. But I
anyway,
see what you're
he would have
saying.
come
That
up
wouldn't
the
have been
one
on his
road
route.
from down by Family Dollar up to the um I think it's 3rd that goes down to the park.
Okay, yeah. And is it off of Jordan Lake Road or Jordan Lake?
Yes.
Okay, because I remember seeing that on the map.
Yep.
Um, yeah, and I mean that I think it just seems like about the time because like 10:30 I think you said and and I just think that I think yeah that and that's the thing that probably is the reason why Heshy's kind of reluctant to follow up on some of that
Right.
because I mean
And I figure if he saw Devlin going through the park, Devlin was probably on his way towards Shell or Buddies on the Beach. But nobody
oh
from
right
either of those places even said that they saw him. And
right and he likes to go
he
down there
frequented them all the time, so he knew everybody.
right
It's like Cheers, everybody knows your name. Well, Devlin knew
exactly
everybody's names, and they knew who he
oh.
was. He was well known in our town.
Absolutely. No, I mean I'm right there with you. That's what's so crazy to me. And like you said, now none of these people that knew him well or that you knew of are the ones coming forward to say they saw him, right?
Nope.
That's weird to me because, yeah, if it was legitimate, I would think it would be people, that he knew from around. And did he go to Penny's every single day? Was that something that he like part of his
Yes.
so
Because
then when
Penny would give him the extra pizza. Like, say somebody called and ordered a pizza and then didn't want it.
yeah,
He would get free pizza. Well, yeah,
I'd
what
be
kid wouldn't do that?
Hey, I'd be there for pizza if they was gonna feed me pizza every day. I'd be like, "What
Um,
kind you got?" You know?
right?
I love
What
pizza
am I
too.
getting today? Surprise me.
Yeah, because they
Um,
had a buffet too, didn't they? And then whatever was left over
yeah.
on that too. Yeah. Oh, that's
And
so
it was
sweet.
like, I think people honestly thought that he was homeless because he wouldn't change his clothes
Yeah. Well, and
and
getting
he
in the
was always
dumpsters and
wandering
stuff.
town.
I
Huh?
know. Well, when you get in those dumpsters and stuff, you're not gonna smell the greatest as well. I mean, and then
Well,
if you don't
right.
change, yeah,
Well, the
yeah.
dumpsters aren't that bad. They mostly have like stuff that is outdated from the store.
Oh,
Like you can
okay.
find cookies and cakes and whatnot in there.
Oh,
Soda,
wow.
laundry soap, fabric softener, air fresheners, a lot of different items
Wow, I
that
didn't
they just
realize
throw
that.
away. Yeah, because they can't send it back to the supplier and they can't sell it, so they just throw it away.
Wow.
And yeah, we've raided their dumpsters quite a bit.
I
When
didn't
I
even
was
notice they had
when
that.
I was a
Wow.
lot younger and able to walk without a walker, like 20 years ago, we used to take kids and go dumpster diving. One night we found
Wow.
over $1,200 worth of scrap aluminum that was clean. We loaded the back
Wow.
of the pickup truck, took it home, loaded it in the house, The next day, we loaded it in the truck from the house and took it to the scrapyard. Pulled $1,200 off from it.
Wow.
All free to us out of a dumpster.
Wow. And so he was kind of checking those it's just, for him to not show up at Penny's on Monday, that makes me
Right.
wonder where he went instead.
Well, I know that Penny was upset with one of her workers because she saw Devlin and didn't say anything to Penny.
On Monday?
I'm not sure if it was Monday. I think that's what she said. And Penny said, well, I ask them every day if they have seen Devlin.
And do they have the cameras out front of Penny's or?
No, all the businesses, their cameras are indoors from what I understand. I even asked Family Dollar because I wanted to know if they had caught Devlin out back in the dumpster and what time. And they said that unfortunately, all the businesses have their cameras inside for the shoplifting purposes, which makes sense.
Well, sure, yeah.
Or if
And
somebody breaks in, it's capturing whatever's going on inside.
that makes sense. Yeah, because I realized the Sunoco had cameras all over, but then they have the gas pumps, But I mean, like if he was
Right.
to walk past Sunoco, they would have caught him walking past Sunoco, I would
Well,
imagine.
that's why I said Sunoco had him on camera when he was coming into town, but that wasn't what they wanted. They wanted to
Right.
know, after Carl's, because Sunoco would have been before Carl's,
Oh,
and
yeah.
nobody
Yeah.
had him on camera after Carl's. And I said it's possible that he walked through the field between Jerry's Tire and the trailer park.
Oh, okay. I know which way you're saying. Okay.
And that's why he never got caught on camera at Sunoco.
What about the dogs that were being pet at the trailer
Ah,
park? Was that
those were not at the trailer park. Those were like between Sunoco and the trailer park. And come to find out, those are that Barry Blandhoven, the one that wrote
Oh,
that nice letter from I
I
don't
don't
even
think
want to
so.
go there.
Marion said that could Devlin have gotten into a dumpster and couldn't get out of it.
No, no.
I don't think so either because he's tall. He's like what, almost 6 foot tall.
Yeah. These dumpsters are only maybe 4 foot high.
Right, yeah. And he was used to it. Like he would be going for cans, going for
Right.
bottles, different things.
Yeah.
Um, did he cash any in that morning? Do they know if he cashed anything in that morning
I
yet?
don't know if he did or not.
Okay. Because he used his EBT to buy the stuff he did at Carl's. He didn't buy,
Right.
and
Yep.
then he had, yeah.
You're gonna have to
And then,
pardon me. I gotta use the bathroom again.
yeah, no worries, Sam. No worries. Um,
I'll be back.
okay. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, he's used to that kind of stuff. And Holly, now that I think about it, we used to do like the amnesty days too, where people would put their stuff out and like everyone would put their stuff out in the neighborhood, and then people would go by and grab it up. Instead of doing like a big yard sale. And hey, Heather Marie, good to see you. Love and light to all from Southern Indiana. Thank you so much for being here. So, yeah, I mean, I was thinking it might be a little bit dangerous, but then again, if he's used to it and he's a taller kid, um, unless someone took him as soon as he gets out of Carl's, I just don't trust anything Matt says. I know, I know, Faye, I know. Well, and with Carl's, he was walking through the parking lot. They had him on camera doing that. Um, I think that's the biggest thing too is the lack of camera footage after him. Well, it's just the lack of camera after him leaving Laco. And again, Laco Laundry, um, they do have cameras, but they were updating them the whole weekend. That whole weekend they were updating them. So I know, I know. There you go. Chuchi says one man's trash is another man's treasure. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, some people just don't even, want that, like the big, yeah, a big, huge fake palm tree. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, from the Hallmark store in the dumpster. Wow. Yes, now it's sitting out by my pool. Oh my gosh. And see, that's the thing. And I love thrift store shopping. I just love it because there's a lot of times where you're in there and they have tags on this stuff still. And so somebody didn't wear it. Um, they didn't even take the tags off of it. And Jules, I just wanted to say thank you so much for being here for 11 months. She says prayers for Devlin. And yes, Jules, I want to get together with you and get you guys linked up with James. Yeah, because I know the weather's been crazy up there, but pretty soon, that would be great when you're in Michigan to help out. And I so appreciate that. I mean, just really, really do. Because again, I think a lot of these areas, and the thing about it too, Jules, is the cell phone. Like, where is his cell phone? You know, where, and why did it ping at 11:30? Because it makes me think that somebody did maybe turn it on and then ditch it somewhere. Power on, power off. Or I don't know, maybe his phone was acting wacky. Did it, flip off and then come back on again? I don't know. Because he did have the phone wasn't, attached to like an account. It was pretty much a burner phone that he was using, one that he would buy from Family Dollar, activate it, get the minutes, that sort of thing. Yeah, vintage thrift stores are so fun. Oh my gosh, you can find so many things that are just really cool and interesting. I just loved going in there too to look, just even to look. And Marion, it's good to see you as well. I'm trying to see if you guys have some questions up here. Let's see. Where was Matt after he closed the phone with Devlin? Anyone saw him that day? So it's to the best of my knowledge, he was still at home. So he was at home with Sandra. We still, even Tamara was saying it's strange. It is strange that Devlin didn't talk to Sandra, right? Because I mean, and again, I would think he would have called back later on. So we're not sure how many times he tried to reach out to her that day. Um, but they were getting nervous because he should have been home and then when
Right.
he didn't get home. Yeah. Yeah, because Faye was asking about, when did he what was Matt doing after he got off the phone with Devlin that day?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to
And see
tell
that
me that Devlin wasn't a missing person, that he ran away. Trying to tell me that Devlin would know how to ditch his phone and all of his cards because he sees enough of that CSI and NCIS to know how to get away without all that.
I just
How to
don't think that
disappear.
I watch a lot of that too, but I just don't think that highly of myself to think that I could pull the wool over
I
the
don't.
police or, you know what I
Devlin
mean?
couldn't stay away from mom that long. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
He always
I know.
called her every day, multiple times a day, and every night at bedtime.
Right. And add to
Uh,
the list too of other people that he would call. Like that's another
yeah.
thing too, because I mean,
Has
I
she said
wonder
there was
about
multiple people that he called multiple times a day.
that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, and he'd call
Yeah.
me at night, like I said. And when he didn't call,
Yeah, I know. And that's even what one of his little friends had told me. It's like, and I know that he did reach out to uh Brittany, right? Because he was friends, that was another friend he talked to. I think it was Easter. Not, or he didn't talk to her on Easter, excuse me. He reached out, left a voicemail for her.
Yeah, well, there's some things going on about that too.
Oh boy. Well, I just always wondered if they were I don't know, not dating at a certain point, but maybe or something like that. So,
Um,
um
maybe sexually active together.
yeah. Yeah. I
It's been
wondered about
asked
it.
if her baby isn't Devlin's.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Hmm. Hmm.
right?
Yeah, I know.
But stop and
That's
think about the timeline.
well, yeah, and I know that she was thinking about having him come stay, but then she was like, no, because uh, Devlin's was in trouble, right? And she was like, well, I don't really feel comfortable, with that. So,
Right. Well, the night she came out here, brought him out here, and then I find out his med case is up the hill in the weeds, which anybody could have found and taken.
do you think he did that because he didn't want to take him, or because I know he was just recently put on
Because
some
he
meds
was
that,
thinking about leaving. That was when he wanted to
oh,
go stay with Brittany.
oh, I see. Okay, so he stashed him up. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I always wondered if there was a little bit more with that relationship at that time, so that's interesting.
Well, yeah, because I
That
don't think it was the daughter that he was interested in. I'm more apt to think it was Brittany because that's how Brittany rolls.
yeah, yeah. And I don't know much about her, but just that, the text that I had shown with her, talking about him moving in, and I was like, that time
Right.
is,
Well, and she was
yeah,
supposed to have been friends with Sabrina and ended up with Sabrina's husband.
right.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't have friends like that. That's why I don't have many friends at all. In fact, I just lost one of the last ones that I had because
Oh,
he was a dumbass.
well, and there's just certain things that, yeah, you probably shouldn't do. I
Right?
mean,
There's
yeah,
a
what is it,
line
girl
there that
code?
you don't cross.
Exactly, exactly.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Matt crossed that line a long time ago too.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
I know a lot of you in here already know that line that he crossed and why I can't stand him partly to begin with. And then the crap that he's pulling with Mama, and he's ending up with Mama all to himself, and that's just what he wants
Right.
because
Well,
he's
and
going to
that's
take over everything once Mama's gone. Him and
well,
Gordy and
and
Elton are going to end up with it.
going back to what you said, how come, he would say something so awful at a time such as this or that, when you're trying to talk with Piper, she's trying to help out. Why would he say horrible things again when you have a tragedy in the family, and something so horrible happens to Will? Well, how
Because he's
come?
an asshole.
Yeah,
Like
that's
Christian being
silly.
agitated when they brought him into the hospital, and he said, well, probably from all the drugs that he's on. Christian
Aw.
wasn't doing drugs.
I'll tell you,
Christian
I heard
didn't
a
do
lot of nice
drugs.
things about Christian. I've heard a lot. I have, Tamara. I've asked around. People say he's a nice kid. But even so, like,
Christian and
look,
I had issues because Christian was much like Devlin, except Christian had a really bad mouth. And I kept asking him to please watch his mouth and watch how he talked to me. Learn some respect.
well, I don't
Well,
blame you there.
Will and I had the same issues. And that was one reason Will always stayed in the bedroom, unless it was food time.
So they didn't interact a whole lot. Will and Devlin
No,
didn't have very
not at
much
all.
interaction.
Devlin, in the beginning, Devlin accused Will of knocking him on his ass. And Will never even was around Devlin. So
Who did
Will
she tell him?
so Will stayed away from Devlin totally.
Did they just have like a fight or something, or was Will just mad because
Nothing.
Devlin made up a lie or something?
Devlin did lie about it. Will
Yeah.
wasn't even
So,
around Devlin that day.
huh?
Just like one night Devlin come home from town and he come in, I've got it. It was the last recording that I have of Devlin, and it was on the 16th of April. And Will and Sabrina and Christian had a fire going out in the yard, in the fire pit. Well, they put the grate over it before they left to go to town. And Devlin come home, and because there was embers, the hot coals burning in the bottom of the fire pit, he come in just all bitching about it. And I said, this is why I wish I could lock my door and keep him out. I said, it turns my stomach in knots from the stress. I already anticipate as soon as he's coming through that door that we're going to get into it.
Yeah.
And that night we did because Sabrina and them left the fire going.
Is the fire pit like next to the? I mean, is it too close to the house? I mean, that could be moved
No,
away a little bit, I guess. But
it's like 10 feet from the house.
yeah.
I can
Well,
see it
and
out my kitchen window, and I can keep an eye on it from in here. And as long as the grate is over top of it, nothing's gonna happen. And those kids know to put the grate over it, cover it up, you know. How we dump water on it so that it's smoldering, steaming, and 2 hours later it'll still be stoked back up as soon as the coals dry out because it's so hot.
right, because it's so hot underneath all of that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and I know people were talking about a fire that happened at
Yeah,
your
the
guys'
2 day fire
house.
that we had.
Yes. Do you want to address that? I mean, to me,
If we had a 2 day fire, the fire department would have been out here.
and how far away is the fire department? Because it's like, it seems like it's like right by you guys. Like it's not far.
Well, you figure the half an hour walk to town. The fire barn's
Mhm.
only just a few blocks from. It's between Sunoco and Carl's.
So you guys are right there. Yeah, you guys have them right there.
They're like
Um,
in our back door.
there was just so
Um,
much floating around online, and then even in the beginning, because you
yeah,
know some locals were speculating, in my opinion, just a little bit too much, or well, more like putting their speculations out as facts. Now, I mean, we're all going to speculate because we don't know, and that's just human nature to fill in the blanks, right? Or to try to.
right.
But when you're saying like, "Oh, well, I absolutely saw this," but you don't have proof, I think that's what Ionia County is dealing
Well,
with,
that's
and
like one of my neighbors saw Devlin sleeping in a chair out here in my yard.
that was something we talked about even on here. Yeah, but then we
Yeah.
find out that wasn't the
Um,
case.
right.
Yeah. And I mean,
Um,
I mean,
there
those
was
are
a
some of
couple
the
of
things.
different things that came back that my neighbors had said. Um, oh, that ex, uh, Excitiva, um, she said she talked to my neighbors.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that Jessica was buddy buddy with in the beginning before she
Mm-hmm.
came to your
Mm-hmm.
group.
Yeah. Well, because at first she was telling me she wasn't able to talk on no one's panels and no one wanted to hear her story. And so I was like, you can come tell it on mine. But then I
Right.
realized that she had already had talked to someone and they privated the entire deal. And I just don't
Yeah.
do that. I just leave it all, I mean, and if there's something I've gotten wrong, I correct it and, the later videos and stuff.
Well, see,
But
they're the ones that started the group, Devlin Tate censored or whatever.
uncensored, yeah.
And we weren't allowed in it. Anybody that was friends with us or related to us was not allowed in that group.
See, and that was the
What they
approach that
don't
I
know is
took.
we had spies in that group.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people sent me the screenshots of Brittany saying that she had a voicemail from Devlin on Easter, so that's where I put two and two together when I saw that he was texting Jessica about Brittany. Then I put those two together. Otherwise, and that's what's really hard about those Facebook groups is if you shut one group out or someone out, then you're shutting out information. And I know
Right.
that there was a lot of stuff that wasn't able to come through because the administrator, one of them, wasn't allowing for certain information to come through. And I'm like, I don't understand that. That was frustrating. I know for Jessica, but I mean, I was like, well, how are we getting all the info, or what if there's an important tip? Because some of these things are like the smallest thing, but then if we were to bring that to, say Heshy or Castle, and they're looking at it, or the undersheriff, and he's looking at it like, wait, what? Because like they know more than we do. So we're not the best judges, or we can't just determine what's important and what's not. We have to
Right.
turn it all in, because they
Now
know.
I've even talked to mediums and
Hmm.
um I know which ones are real and which ones are fake, how to tell them apart. Um and I've talked to them and I've kept track of everything that was said. Um
Yeah.
I turned that over to Heshy, but because they don't deal with mediums, he wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
I know that's a
And there's a
tough thing.
lot of the same information that came from one that I got from another. And they don't know each other.
Right.
And I know that two of them, at least, have found missing people. One of them, she found a girl in Alaska that went missing, and she found a boy out in California.
Wow.
Those are two that I know. Now, another one found, I can't remember his name. He's Asian, that he went missing over by Charlotte, and they found his body within a mile of where she said it was.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Um,
wow. Wow.
yeah,
Did she
that
so where do
close.
you, so where did she say that we should be looking? I mean, I don't mind speculating on something like that. I mean, I know historically people have had gifts, right? And they have helped
Right.
the police find people,
I
so
know that she has told me to check the creek, and I have
yeah.
told James, and he assured me that they have checked the creek repeatedly. She said
And
a
that's Tucker Creek.
cove. Um, I don't know what kind of cove in the creek. Um, I was wondering if maybe where the creek runs into Tupper, um, around the bridge there. I don't know what it's like going to the west towards town. Um, I know it goes up behind the trailer park.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that's where it goes. And then it
Okay.
goes to the south towards Jordan Lake.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Um,
So you would kind of need like kayaks to go maybe through
I don't even know if
that.
you can get through with kayaks. That's why they had like muck boots,
Okay, because it's low.
almost like hip waders
Uh-huh. Yeah.
to go through that shit. Sabrina was out
Right.
there when they did the searches up by the railroad tracks where there's a lot of water.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that was one place Piper wanted to search.
Yeah, she was really interested in like the railroad tracks and stuff. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, she sure was. Yeah, she was. I remember that. She said I just keep coming back by these railroad tracks, and I was like, yeah, that's interesting, especially because she was there and she was showing the area, and I'm like, oh, this is great to be able to see it. Because I mean, we
right,
can Google Earth it, but it's kind of the area is so small that I don't think Google Earth has caught up with the changes that they've made in the roads, and all of that stuff
right.
is. Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, that's
in
true.
our road, Tupper Lake Road, every turn, name of the road changes because we have Becker, Huddle, and then Tupper Lake.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that too.
And then when they changed Sewer Plant Road into French Fry Lane, that messed everybody up. And everybody's thinking um, Sewer Plant Road, well, that's got to be by the sewer plant. No, it's not.
Right,
And
right.
where they got that we live by the bus garage is beyond me.
Okay, I think that's what they're. I think people were thinking that the bus garage is the fire barn. I think that's what it is.
But even the fire barn is not near us. They're all in
Not
town.
close.
The fire barn, the bus garage is is like, there's a house between the laundromat and the bus garage.
Okay, yeah.
And I don't know if they took Dublin charging his phone at the laundromat, that's why they got the bus garage in there. Um, I have no idea. But that got me because we don't live nowhere near the bus garage. But see, this is
Yeah,
a lot of people. A lot of people just throw stuff out there to say, "Hey, I shared my information,"
I know, and
even if
that's
it
what's
wasn't
it's
true.
tough. It's difficult. I know. Especially because when I came in, it was like 5 months, and I'm like, oh boy, there's a lot that happened, in the
Yeah,
5 months. Yeah, and then people were saying
there's a
too, like,
lot
no
to
one's
sort
looking for
through,
this
you
kid.
know.
Well, there is, and a lot of times, like you said, people don't realize that things are being done, and but it's just taking some time, and that's one thing that I learned too,
Right.
because I was thinking, no one's looking for Devlin, we need to look for him. But I think awareness is a really strong thing to do, also. Or if
That's
people
why I
are out
wanted
and
to
vote.
do this benefit for Devlin. The
Yeah,
21st is like on a Tuesday. The 19th is Easter Sunday. Well, it should have been Easter Sunday.
right,
Um, or close to the day when Devlin went missing. But I didn't want to do it on Sunday. I wanted to do it on Saturday when more people would be able to come out to it.
right.
And
Yeah.
then the silent auction and the 50-50 raffle and the ink pens and buttons and keychains and magnets for sale to help raise more money to help find Dublin.
Would
Um,
Bob's let you guys do something like that at their place? Because I know a lot of those people might want to, participate in that.
it's
So I
not
wonder if
big enough to do it something like that at Bob's,
is it
which is
small? Is
why
it?
I wanted the church, see if the church would help us. And then I was
Oh,
thinking about we have this place called Ever After. No, it's not. It's a Hughes house.
okay.
It's a banquet hall just out on M50, like maybe a mile and a half from here.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
and I thought that would be nice if they would open it up for us for the night, and then maybe we could get somebody to cater the spaghetti dinner. Um, there's a lot going into it that I'm unsure of, like prices of everything, and um, because what if people want to come to it and they can't afford to buy a plate? You know,
Yeah. I know. And that's why I was really hoping they were going to do that at Applebee's, because I know Applebee's does that flapjack breakfast thing. And because when I looked it up,
yeah,
I go, why would Applebee's have flapjacks? It was funny, and I'm always
right.
suspicious. So I'm over there researching it myself. And so I look and I'm like, oh, okay, well, they do that. And
Well, see,
so I
I
thought
was
that,
thinking Big Boy, but they don't have Big Boy here anymore. They took them all out.
oh, okay,
Um,
yeah. Yeah.
so Applebee's started doing that, and I didn't know because I thought they just had meals, and I know they're
Same here.
expensive.
I know. Well, yeah, I was like, I know they have the wonton tacos because that's what I get when I go there.
Yeah,
But other than that, I was like, I didn't know, and so I looked into it, and I was like, okay, that's really cool. Um, but yeah, I think the community would like to get involved in things like that, and they would like to see that for
I
Devlin,
don't
and
know because I was told that the community won't back me on anything after the fiasco with the bake sale and all that.
well, I
So I
mean, I'll
don't
tell you,
know. I'm
we almost
hoping, I'm
have to.
praying.
Yeah, I know, Tim. We almost have to let bygones be bygones, though, in a certain way, and say, look, we need to focus on Devlin. He's still missing. We need this awareness out there.
Right.
Um,
This is the
you
whole
know,
thing, is getting the focus back on Devlin. That was part of the reason for the undersheriff going live on Wood TV8 with Susan Samples, to let the public know that we've been cleared of all wrongdoing so that
right?
they can focus back on Devlin and quit focusing on the family.
I agree, and I think
Um,
that's just the right thing to do, and that's why well, I'm still grateful, but when I was watching it, I'm grateful for the undersheriff for doing that because he said it too. He said we need to get this back to Devlin, and I'm like, all
right.
right, well,
And that
thank you
was
for
the
giving us the lead. That's what we expect
and
from law enforcement, Tam. We do. We want to. That's
right.
what we want as the public. We want them to tell us, not. I know
And
that they're bound by stuff.
that is the theme for my benefit, remembering Devlin Tate.
Yeah, I think the buttons are beautiful. By the way, guys, these are the buttons. The circles are the buttons. So, and I showed two of them. But there's a couple of. I mean, you guys made a couple that were just beautiful, and you know,
Heather Marie made those. She's the one that designed those for me.
oh, that is so sweet. I thank you so much, Heather Marie. And you know, when I'm watching these stories. And one was of the Cleveland Three, and this was these girls that had been kidnapped, right? And they're being held captive. And what kept them going was their families being out there looking and putting up the flyers. And, if Devlin's watching and he did decide to run away, now he knows that he's loved, right? We love you. We're looking for you. I think it means like everything to someone, especially if they're being held against their will, because I almost think that could be another possibility since Devlin hasn't reached out to anyone, hasn't used any cards, hasn't, I mean, it seems like he got in a vehicle, in my opinion. Um, so yeah, we just need to have that awareness because if somebody's got him and they're not going to want those flyers up, they're not going to want a billboard. Um,
Right.
uh,
Well, and then I was told that there's a gay camp
oh,
close to
really?
us, and I've never heard anything about it. Well, the guy that mentioned it won't give me any information on it.
Really? Is it homeless people or is it a group
No,
of people living in?
it is. Um, there's even truckers, and I wish I could
Oh,
remember the name of it. But gay truckers go there, and Um,
Oh, it's like a oh, I gotcha. Oh. Hmm.
it's almost like a I would want to say almost like a cult facility. You know how they have it all blocked off and guarded.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, a gated community. How about we put it that way? It's a gated community.
Wow, so people don't have, like, an access to it unless they're given
Right,
a code or
right.
that's creepy. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, nothing good can come of that, you know?
Nope. And if Devin were to be picked up and taken there, we wouldn't know unless he could escape.
Well, and I was down by, our pool talking one night, with a couple of ladies and, they were saying the same I think we dropped Tamara off. Um, I'll wait. Yeah, Chuchi, I'll definitely let's think about what we can do there. I think that's a great idea. I think that's a wonderful idea to do like a spaghetti, help with a fund or something for a spaghetti event. I think that would be very awesome. Um, Most definitely. And spaghetti is a great idea because everybody likes spaghetti, but also, oh, there's Tim. Tim, we were just talking about the spaghetti dinner. Oh, what I was gonna say too, there was a lady that I was talking to, her older son had been taken into a situation like that. And when they got him in the house or wherever they brought him to, they took all of his stuff from him. His phone,
Right.
his charger, his, ID, his food card, all of it. And so,
Yeah, and they give
um,
him a different name.
yes. And so I can't like say that that didn't happen to Devlin.
I know, that's what I've wondered since this guy had said something about it. Is this
Mhm.
what possibly happened to Dublin? Is that the hesitancy about him getting in this vehicle, you know? Um,
And any numbers that he would have been talking to prior to
but
him
see,
going
that's the
missing.
thing. They could take Dublin's phone away, but his numbers are memorized in his head. He knows both
Exactly.
of my cell phones. He knows Mama's house phone, her cell phone. He knows Ashley's and Sabrina's numbers. He has them all
Right.
memorized.
He knows
Um,
everyone's
his
number.
They
Aw.
wanted to know about his bank information or his social media account information. He's got it all in his head. He never wrote anything down. I tried to write it down for him when I logged him into different accounts, but he changed it so that I wouldn't even know it.
Oh, that's so hard, right? And too, because again, yeah, Devlin's like, he's asserting his independence, right? Like we all did, at a certain age. And yeah, he's over there like, so when you're trying to get into some of this stuff, it's tough when you don't know the passwords and stuff.
Right,
Um, and he was good like that. I remember you guys always saying that, that he would know the numbers by heart. And thank God you guys have kept the same stuff. I mean, we see that in other cases where, the parent changes their phone number. It's like, well, how do you,
right.
yeah. And
Yeah,
I
so
think
there
it's
was
important to
3 years
teach
ago
kids.
after Daddy passed away, um, I was taken to a place where I didn't want to be. And I told him I wanted to call my mom. And so they told me to give them the number, and they dialed it, and it rang, and it said, "The number you have reached has been disconnected." And I literally went into a screaming fit, and I made them try again while I got the same message. And I said, "She's had that number for so many years, she had never changed it." And then my
Right.
mind started reeling. Mama didn't want to talk to me no more. And then they said, "Well, let's try this again. One more time." So I gave them the number. Well, this time it went through. They were dialing the wrong number on purpose.
Well, yeah, well, and that's the thing. Sometimes these people just love making the fear. They like seeing fear in other people, so they incite the fear in other people, or ignite it, and then they like to watch people. I mean, some of the
They
stuff that
like to
I've been
make them
looking into,
suffer, you know.
they like it. They like the suffer. They like to have that control. It is. It's really um eye opening because then you kind of know what to look for. Then you're like, well, you must really like to hurt people if you're really trying
Right.
this hard, But then again, also, people when they're trying to keep you captive, they'll tell you all kinds of stuff. Your family doesn't
Oh
love you.
yeah, I
You don't
know.
want you to call, and with Devlin or anybody, you can get, you know, in a position where you're thinking that they're telling, I mean, maybe not telling you the truth, but when somebody keeps telling you over and over, it does stick with you, so
Right.
especially if they're keeping you captive. That's what that Ariel Castro guy was doing up in Ohio. He was just telling those girls like nobody wants you, blah 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 blah, all this. But they were seeing their family on the news and they were like, we know that's not true. So
How were they seeing their families on the news?
he was showing them so he could,
Oh,
make them sad. The one girl's mom passed away while she was waiting for her to be
oh,
found. Yeah, it was real sad. I mean, because there were three girls, he took them, one by one. One he took, the other one he took. The one girl's mom was not really looking for her, so she didn't want to talk to her after, when they brought her to the hospital and was taking care of her. I mean, she just thought, why would, you didn't even look for me. The other girl lost her mom, and then get this, the one guy or the one girl, he knew her mom from school. They had went to school together and he had taken her.
wow.
You just don't know with these sickos,
I
and
was
that's another
just
thing
gonna
with
say
Devlin.
this
He's
world is so crazy anymore.
it really is. They love to get over on, or hold if they held a grudge from the past or, something. You never know.
See, that's why my mind reels back to Matthew a lot. Because he's so jealous of Devlin.
Right. And now
Because he
Devlin's getting
wasn't
a lot
getting
more
the
attention.
attention from Mama that he wanted.
Right. Right. I mean, Matt seems very vindictive, and like I said, just as of late, the comments weren't kind. You just
No.
don't do that when something bad happens. Even if you're, look, if you even if you don't like someone,
Even
you have
from the
to be
beginning,
kind.
I mean, he turned it that Devlin didn't that he wasn't a missing person, he was a runaway. And then he's the one that outed about Sabrina borrowing the money from the reward fund. Made it sound like
Right.
she stole it.
Oh God, he snitched her out bad. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, he did. He did. Um, And, I would really like to see them do something positive with that. I wish, again, I put a lot of pressure on them, going, are you guys, what are you guys doing over here? You kind
Then
of
when
fixed
I
it. You
talked
rigged the
about
election.
suing when I talked to Heshi said that they gave Mary two options on what she could do with that money. She could turn
Mhm.
it over to the detectives and they would put it in a account for Devlin.
Yeah.
She could turn it over to Silent Observer. And she
I'd give it to the
refused.
police. I'd be saying, where do I write the check or how do I
Because she
transfer
didn't
it
want
or
it in her hands anymore. Remember, it was causing her too much stress.
oh, good Lord, she said it over and over. And I'm going, well, if that's the case, then, I mean,
Yeah. Then why won't she hand it over?
well, and
Detective Heshi told me I would have to sue her in small claims court. So that's what I was going to do. And Matt's like, well, I don't know why you're even bothering. None of us need it in our names in this family. Why the hell not? We're the ones that raised it.
Well, but you guys could also turn it over and put it in there for him. And see, this is the thing. I told her, I said, "Look, I don't know if I should even, put it out there that there's a reward for him if there's, like what are your stipulations? I mean, cuz like you said she's in control of it. So, she
Yeah.
has it apparently. Well, I don't know. I'm just,
I don't know where it's at. I don't know if there's anything even left in it.
well, and then it was weird because that other creator on TikTok was like, "Oh, we're gonna do the pancake breakfast. We're gonna do benefits for Devlin and get the money up," which is fantastic because that's how you can get more people involved. But
Right. But it
again,
never
it just
happened.
never happened, and that breaks my
They were
heart
going
for
to
you
do all
guys.
kinds of
And Devlin.
benefits to raise money, and they ain't done shit.
Yeah. Yeah, because at least getting those billboards, I mean, that was another thing. That was just a suggestion. I think it was from me and another one of the TikTok girls. Her people was like, "Hey, why don't we do this?" And we were like raising our hands in the chat. Could you guys consider this? But we didn't realize that, the department head said, "Hey, we'll give you guys some options on where to put it. That way, nobody has to, And also, again,
Right.
I just feel like if it's only 6,000 and they're not figuring on raising any more, then put it
See,
towards something to find Devlin.
I wanted to put it in um, Union Bank, which is the only bank left here in town.
Uh huh.
Um, they've been here. I don't expect them to close. I wanted to put it in a secure account. I had already talked to the bank about it. Um, with the stipulation that money could go in, but none could be taken out. So if people wanted to donate to it, they could. Like family, friends, relatives, um, people that we know, people that know Devlin, and I can't touch the money.
See, yeah, it needs
I'm
to go
told to
for
leave it
something.
alone. Let Mary have it. It's not Mary's to have. It's money that
Yeah,
was raised for Devlin.
I agree with that 100%. Well, and I just wondered, I thought I'll push it a little bit and then I'll leave it and see what happens. And, I was very much applauding them for doing any type of more awareness, right? So anybody that's going to
Right.
do that, I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter if we disagree about the reward or what, but okay, you're doing that perfect. But I'll support it. But then, I'm like
They didn't
going,
do nothing.
they didn't do nothing. So then I'm going, okay, it's December, it's January. I'll give them a little bit of hell, see what they do, and then it didn't matter. But I'm sorry you have to deal with that, Tamara, because I believe that should go for Devlin and finding him. We need to find him.
Right.
Um,
That's
you
why I
know,
want to try again with this pancake or with this spaghetti dinner, the 50-50 raffle. And I was told, now why do you want to have a 50-50 raffle? You're giving half the money away. Because if we have a 50-50 raffle, people will buy tickets and it's like it's free money to us for Devlin's account. We're just sharing it.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Hey, whatever you're planning on doing, don't let people tell you. I mean, unless it's, I mean,
Right.
but I get what you're saying. You're just trying to get more people to be involved, and you're trying to give them something. I do that here at the channel. Like if I say, hey, I'm going to this area, will you guys help me out with gas and stuff? Then when I come back, I say, okay, let's do a raffle for a trip, right? You don't even have to participate in giving money. We're just going to do it for the whole channel. So I get that. You're incentivizing people to do it. Um,
Right.
well, I mean, we're more than willing to help out with the
And it's
spaghetti
like the
dinner
silent
however we can.
auction, it went well before with the bake sale, and I thought that we could try it again if the community's willing to come together for it for Devlin. But that's the theme is remembering Devlin Tate.
Well, and it's a lot of money to put in for any of it. Like even, a spaghetti dinner or baking stuff. It's
Right.
It is. It's you're putting money into it, but you're also trying to raise money for a good cause. So it is. Does missing in Michigan do anything in that way of helping? I wonder.
Missing in Michigan hasn't done nothing for me.
Damn, I was hoping they might
They
have some
they
kind of
printed a
resource.
flyer and that was it. They didn't
I remember
even
that.
offer an
Oh,
advocate. Um, and then when I found Missing in America and they were going to bat for me, um,
yeah. Thank you, Chuchi. Tamara, you have Devlin's army behind you. Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing. I mean, we just have to come together. It's just there's no other way to do it. There's no other way
all
around
about
it.
Devlin. It's not about everybody else. It's not about anything else. It's about Devlin, finding Devlin, getting the
Well, and Tamara,
answers so that
it
we
sucks
can
because
have some closure. And
I
my
know,
heart goes
and
out to Seth because he's 2 years in.
I
And
know.
how much
Well, yes,
I can't imagine how he's holding up through it all.
I know. We talk about it a lot here because it takes a lot of restraint. It takes a lot of hope. It takes faith. It takes prayers, all of that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, and then we were hit with this other tragedy just Saturday night, and that just kind of the faith kind of dwindles a little. The candle burned out a little more. The hope.
it's very
I
difficult to keep the faith. It is.
I
It is.
prayed so hard that it wasn't Will, that God wouldn't take him from Sabrina and Julius, and broke my heart. I wanted to
Well,
die.
yeah.
I said, why couldn't he have taken me and left Will? At least Will was wanted. Those were
I
my
know.
words.
Well, and I don't think that you should think of it that way, but I think that you being there and it is a lot for it means the world to her because I lost my mom, Tamara. So I'll tell you, I know that she loves having you and wouldn't want that either. It's just so tragic, and I will tell you, it's just even when I hear of a young person like Mr. and Mrs. E's son or my friend's granddaughter having cancer and they're young people, they're little baby, and
Right?
it's so, I
It's
know.
not
It
fair.
does. It's not fair. It isn't. And
Life
and like
sucks.
you were saying it's cruel and I said I could totally understand that completely. Or Devlin, I mean he's missing, he's got his whole life. He seems like a pleasant kid, you know what I mean? And it's just
He just
unthinkable.
gets so frustrated and angry that he
Gosh,
comes out and he lashes out on us. And a lot of the issue here was he'd do it and Julius would already be in bed asleep. And Sabrina would tell him to lower his voice or he was going to wake Julius up. And his vulgar language. There was one night that Sabrina was here and I was here and Mom and Matt were on the phone and we got Jessica on the phone and Devlin was on his phone, 'cause he got Jessica. And I was talking to Mom and Matt. Um, and we're all trying to get him to calm down and he would not. He kept getting louder and worse and it's stuff like that that we had to go through with him. And then he got
well,
where he wouldn't even take so much as a bag of trash out on his way out, and the garbage can sits right there next to the walkway.
and I just think that like those are just the things that also go on and when people are butting heads. Do you think a lot of the pressure would be taken off if he had like a studio or efficiency where he was like able to come over and see you and visit with you and then go back to his little spot? Do you
Yeah,
think
we
that would
were
have helped
trying
a
to
lot?
get him a place of his own.
Yeah, I think that would have
Um,
helped so much because he's just getting older and having
but
all
the
the older
finances
people
are
to.
unreal for them
I know.
places. And which
Yeah,
is why I was trying to help him get his Social Security back. So then he would have an
right.
income of his own.
And I think that that should have been something that instead of having, even though I know the job is a good thing too, but I think that would have been, money that he would have been able to learn to budget for himself.
And there
And
we go again because Jessica told him not to do anything with it. She would help him when he got out there.
well, and that's another thing that was not good advice. That was not the greatest advice. You know what I mean? That was really not that was not a good advice at
No,
all because you set yourself up for what you need now, right? You do look into the
right?
future, sure, but I agreed with what Sabrina said also on panel when she said, "Look, why don't you come visit to Jessica?" And I understand that as a mom,
Oh yeah,
you
we
might
tried to
feel,
get her to come up here and spend
yeah,
time, spend a week,
spend a
um,
week, yeah,
get
exactly.
to know him. Don't just jump right in because he doesn't know you any more than you know him anymore. This
Well,
is
that I think he was
18
struggling with
years,
that. I I know, Tamara, and I think he was
and
struggling with that. I do. I think that was part
he was.
of,
I think that's part of the reason he was on again, off again about wanting to go down there. He was unsure.
yeah.
He
I
didn't
would
know
be
what he'd
too.
be getting into.
I would
Um,
not feel safe if I was Devlin doing that. I really wouldn't. I think the best thing for him would have been a efficiency. Could he swing it? Could he, and then start on the GED? There was so many things that even as a mom, and I'm not trying to bash anybody, but as a mom, I think that should have been like, okay, son, this is what's going to be the best for you. And I don't think that that was being I don't think that that was being done at all by Jessica. It was encouraging him to be a badass, to be talking back, to be, my mom will beat your ass, and and this
right.
and that. And to me, when you have
And
someone
she
that's
said it
very,
many times that she'll come up here and beat our asses.
well, that's what I was worried about when I was trying to help her because I thought, maybe if she takes a visit to talk with the detective, she can feel a little bit more confident in what they're doing. But then I realized that's not what she
Yeah,
wanted.
and get involved in the searches, and help look for her son. Instead of
Right.
blaming everybody, get involved.
Well, and that's the
How
biggest
many
thing.
posts
And
have you seen from her looking for her son?
not very many.
No,
I
I
couldn't even
saw
get her
maybe
to do the
3.
DNR. I said, send his flyer to the DNR, please. Just send his flyer to the DNR. And because it's going to be hunting season, they're going to be out there. One of our friends in Detroit was helping with that. And she just flat out wouldn't do it. And I was like, what? And then I knew you put out the missing in America flyer. And I'm like, it was like pulling teeth to try to get a hold of her about that. And I'm
Yeah.
like, "But girl, you're asking for these resources." So, I mean, it's not that I expect every single resource that we give because
See, and
I'm
I
sure
didn't
you guys
ask for
get a
any
lot.
resources at all because I didn't know what resources I could ask for,
I know. And I that's the hardest part.
which is
Um,
why I've done it myself. Sabrina and I, we started it. Sabrina started the funding for his reward.
I really wish that they would give you guys just, or anybody, that's missing a family member, those resources in a pamphlet because I know a lot of times with domestic violence they'll hand you that with the police have it handy or whatever. I'm
Right.
sure they don't
The
have
Victims
room to keep
Advocate
all these
packet.
pamphlets. Yeah, but yes, a packet that way. Missing and exploited children, a local resource. I mean, it doesn't have to be a lot, and it doesn't have to be a
Anything,
bulky
we
thing.
didn't have nothing.
Oh my gosh, I
And
know, and that's
I
a
didn't
lot
know
of
who to
families.
turn to or where
Right.
to go. And I was thankful for the flyers that like Missing in Michigan did. There was
Yep.
another group that did a flyer for me, but that's all they did. They didn't give me any
Yeah.
resources. I had people telling me, "Well, have you tried NamUs or getting listed on NamUs?" And so I
Yes.
went and I did that on my own. And then it
Yeah.
tells me that I need um, the sheriff's department to request it, and it's like they won't request anybody else to come in. How are they going to do with NamUs? But they got
I
right on
know.
NamUs.
I appreciate you doing that also. Like that's another thing that again, while I'm looking at everybody and saying, "Okay, what's everybody doing?" I always just noticed that you were doing those things and that's the thing that we can't do. We can give you guys the resources, but we can't call on them because we're not the family, you know? And so we
Right.
really need to work
Exactly.
together. Yeah, so thank you for doing that too because and then I know Sabrina was doing the yard signs and the flyers in the beginning, the shirts.
Yep.
So those are all things. I mean, when we just did the gathering of voices, Seth had shirts, too that were at the gathering and I mean, I was so happy to get one. I still have to send Chuchi hers. But I mean, yeah, awareness bracelets. I think the pens are a great idea because those ones too, you're using that, right? And a lot of us keep those in our purse or use that as a stylus.
Right.
But yeah, that awareness is huge, Tamara, and that's the thing that putting everything aside is really what we have to focus on that. So I was just glad to hear that you were doing the spaghetti dinner and stuff.
Yeah, well, if
Um,
I can find a place and sponsors for it, I called the church where Devlin went for his dinners. They uh,
yeah,
they had free
yeah.
dinners on Thursday night, and I called them and asked them, and I still have yet to hear back from
Yeah,
them.
because that would
And
be great if, and like Chuchi was saying, we can maybe help out with the spaghetti or something, or because that's something that's not expensive to do.
right.
You
Well,
know.
in Carl's, somebody suggested maybe I could get Carl's to provide some of the ingredients for the spaghetti.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Um,
exactly. Exactly. Okay, so that's a great idea too. I didn't even think about that. Um, yeah, just getting community involvement and stuff, and even especially, I know it's hard with the money and stuff because people are just. I get it. I get why and all that, but
right,
putting that aside, if they're willing to donate stuff like that, it's not asking for money, right? I mean, so that's also a great idea.
right.
Because I know you guys have also put in a lot too. Uh, yeah.
I put in a lot in the ink.
Well, and the thing is that you're going through a lot too. So,
Right.
um, you just also have to remember too that you're only one person, and
And I'm on a fixed income too, so that you know. And
I know.
Sabrina, she took time off from work for grievance. They told her to take as much time as she needed. She said she thinks she wants to go back to work because she really needs the money.
Well, yeah, that I'm glad
And
that
she
they're
said
giving her
if
that
I
time.
start crying, I can always pull over.
Yeah.
And
Oh my gosh.
I don't want her driving if she's crying.
I know.
I don't need her in an accident. And I
I
got where I
know.
tell my kids, be careful and stay safe. And I love you. And my son told me that today when I was getting ready to leave.
I know. I do the same thing though too because I'll be thinking about these cases and these kids and I do. I always will tell my daughter that too. I love you, be safe. I track her on her cell phone. She's
Yeah, I wish I
24.
could track my kids on their cell phones.
Yeah. I think that's cool. That's a great use of the technology, and stuff like that.
Right.
Um, yeah, that's
And then my
fantastic.
son tells me today, "Oh, by the way, Mom, I almost got struck by lightning last night." I said, "Damn, son, don't be telling me that. I don't need to hear shit like that. Not right now."
Don't tell me any almosts, right? I already have
Yep.
enough for. No, I know what I know what you're saying. Aw. Oh my gosh. Well, and I'm sure everybody's just, going through a lot with everything. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
And
we're gonna keep doing.
tensions get high. Um,
Yeah, they do.
but it's more difficult when, like, with Devlin missing, Mama and Matt, Gordy, Elton, they didn't put forth shit towards the benefits. They didn't do nothing. They didn't help advertise. Nada.
Well, and having all of that on your shoulders too is a lot. That is a
And
lot.
he's supposed to be their family too. Why aren't they helping?
Yeah, you guys have a great big family. It'd be nice to get some more people involved in it. It would
Um,
really, really be nice to do that. Even just for a day. But I'm hoping, yeah, hopefully the church would do something. I think that's a great idea.
well, like I said, even Hugh's house is huge, and we could get a lot of people in there. Have room for the silent auction on one end and the 50-50 raffle tickets at the door. Um, with the pens and the magnets, keychains, um, the buttons.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think the buttons are beautiful. Like all of them that I seen, I was like, they all look really, really good. And I just kind of picked
There's
two of
one
them
of
out.
Devlin standing by himself. That was his junior prom picture. And I asked Heather if she couldn't put something on it for me, and so she's going to.
Is that the one where he's wearing the checkered shirt?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, that
picture
was a
that
nice
everybody
color
just loved.
on him. Yeah. Oh, it was a nice color on him, a really
Yep.
nice color on him. And,
So she's
you
gonna
know,
put something on there for me, um, so that there'll be something on it. It won't be just him standing there.
Tam, they only did local news, right? That he's never been nationally,
Nope,
like,
nope.
never. No, I know. Oh,
Just Wood TV8 has covered us 3 times.
Would you did great.
WILX, WLNS,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems like one more.
Was it WIX Wix 10, channel 10, maybe?
Well, that was WILX
WILX,
and
thank you.
WLNS. Yeah, WILX, Channel
Yeah,
10
so
out of
he's never
Lansing.
been like featured on News Nation or Court TV or
No,
any of that.
no,
Damn,
none of
I need
it.
to get a quick documentary made and see if we can't get some attention if I tag some of those guys. I mean, it can't hurt them to do a story on Devlin. And Dan says just an idea here, but why couldn't the True Crime Family put together a packet for the missing? It wouldn't be much, but it would be a start. I think that would be a great idea, Dan, and especially the missing and exploited children. That's a really big organization that spreads tons of awareness. They have all the information on their website. So that would be, I mean, that way they could at least go there,
But if
direct
people
them
don't
there.
have access to the internet or they don't know how to use a computer,
That's a
um,
good point. Well,
that's
even
why
in the
the
beginning,
paper, um, the pamphlets and stuff with all the
actually
information, numbers
physically,
to contact. Um,
yeah, the cops doing, yeah, the police like physically giving it, or a detective giving it to you guys.
right.
I
Or
wonder how
having
we
it
could,
where we could get to it somewhere, like a library even. People
yeah,
go to the
yeah,
library for
right.
resources.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, I think ideas there would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
They have a
I mean,
lot
I
of
was
good ideas. I want to see about Penny's and Marco's if they'll let me put Devlin's flyers on their pizza boxes.
Oh, that's a great idea. Because some people think of it as advertising, and I'm like, well, you're not really advertising for anything. I mean, I guess unless you
You're
guys said,
just
hey, if you want a
advocating
yard
for a
sign, or
missing person.
do you guys still have yard signs and T-shirts available?
I have, I think, 13 signs left, and my
Okay.
T-shirts. Um, I have three 3X and a small and an extra small. I think that's it.
Wow, I know that Sabrina was really spreading those yard signs, like she was delivering them. I saw her on Facebook, like
Yeah.
delivering signs to people and that sort of thing. So I know
After
that you guys
Mary got
really.
her hands on the money and threw such a fit and everything, and ran Sabrina's name through the mud, Sabrina started giving her signs and shirts away. And I
Well,
told her
and
that was wrong because that money could have gone back to her to help her recoup from some of what she lost.
yeah, well, yeah, and I know that we also have filled out suggestions for missing. That was another thing I was trying to work with Jessica on, but yeah, I wonder if you could fill out like a suggestion to News Nation and see if they might pick up. Because I see that's another thing with the family's got to do that. But like you said, Tamara, I mean, I wouldn't think to do something. I wouldn't know they have that option. But a lot of them are like the one that you filled out for missing in America. I would imagine because I did look at the. Um,
Right.
I mean, they try to make it. They do try to make it easy for people. I know that. Thank you, Chuchi. Marion says, if I'm going to get off of here, looking forward to your next live. Thank you, Marion. Thank you so much for being here. So, yeah. Well, Tamara, excuse me, we will get together. Excuse me. We will get together for sure. Um, and see how we can help with that, and if you could get some local people to step up and help, and
Yeah, if
I
I
know.
could get local people to step up and help, that would really be nice.
Yeah,
Especially if
absolutely.
Myers Bakery could make some of their donuts and have them for the silent auction.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
love
just
their
some.
donuts, and they're the only donut shop in town, and homemade bakeries items are just the best.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it would just be for a good cause. So hopefully we could do
Right.
that. And again, with other people trying to do stuff like that, I'm sure
The
it's
only
something
thing
that.
is I don't have the resources like we had before. I don't have anybody to go get things. I can't go get things. They'd have to be brought
To the
to
event.
the event. Yes.
Yeah, which is a little bit difficult, but if we could get people, like, say if Carl's was going to donate, if they could just bring it over to the church, say if the church would have it. Yeah, we'll have to try to
And
get
if
that
not,
rolling.
if we've got to do it at Hugh's house, you know, I'm sure that there's a few of us. I know I can make spaghetti.
Yeah, well, that's what I was I was thinking myself, because I know, all of us ladies, we cook, so I was like, dang, if I could make it
But
over
see,
there, I
so
would help
many
with that.
people make it so different because some people just make the spaghetti noodles and then the sauce and then mix them on your plate. And I
Mhm.
can't do that. I got to mix it all up together in the pan.
You like the bolognese ways of I call it the bolognese ways. But yeah, yeah, I know, and I think
Tongue
for, like, a
twister.
big crowd, that would be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
homemade
thank you.
spaghetti, and tossed salad if they want it. I
Oh,
know I
yeah, and
only
then
like certain things in my salad. I don't
yeah,
like
that
all
would
the
be a lot.
vegetables.
Yeah, that would be easy though. I mean, I would think for people just to donate stuff like that. I mean, Brenda says she emailed the link. Thanks, Brenda, for the News Nation. Okay, so I'll send that to you, Tamara, to your email. I mean, I could text it to you too, if whichever one.
Either
Yeah, that's
way,
great, guys. Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, and we're also going to keep praying for you, Tamara, with everything going on, and Sabrina too, and even little
pray
Julius.
for
It's got to be
Christian's
hard for
family
him,
too,
and Christian and his family.
and
Yeah,
Will's family.
absolutely.
Um,
Yeah.
they all need the prayers. Will has a total of 7 children. That is
See, we were
including
talking
two
about
that are
that.
not, huh?
We were talking about that, and I didn't realize I just said he was the father to a little girl, and mentioned Julius. So yeah.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
He has two that are not his biological children, which is Julius and Xavier. But Xavier, he does pay child support on.
Mhm. Right.
Um,
Oh, so sad.
so
So
there's 7 of them altogether.
my
There's
goodness.
Alyssa, and then um, Christian, Sierra, Paisley, Landon, Xavier, and Julius.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is so sad. Those poor kids.
And they all range from 3 to 20.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yes,
them
we'll
babies.
definitely be saying
And it's
prayers for them.
upsetting because Sabrina wanted to have Will's body cremated and share the ashes so that she was going to buy the little charm necklace things that you can put
Yeah.
ashes in so that each
Uh-huh.
one of his kids could have some of his ashes. Well,
That's beautiful.
his oldest daughter is the next of kin. She wants to have him cremated and buried, and nobody getting any of his ashes.
Gosh, and those are the things that are very, very difficult to navigate through after something like this happens because if a person doesn't have their wishes set, then it is, I think, the next of kin, right, that has that
Right.
the same
And,
so. Oh,
you would think that it would be the parent first over a child.
well, I know. Yeah, and I mean, or even, asking, I mean, not the littlest ones because they're not gonna know what to say about it, but
Right.
it would just be, yeah, it
Have a
would be nice.
family meeting, like
Yeah.
his his older kids, not Christian, of course, but Alyssa and Sarah or Sierra and his mom, and he does have brothers and sisters, which they haven't been part of his life either. Sabrina just found out where his mom was since Will passed, and she's gone and visited with her a couple times now. Um, but I told Sabrina, I said, this is not how Will would want this.
Gosh, I had said that without, but I go, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Will would be, I would think he would want
He would
to
not
make
want
sure.
Sabrina left out of all of this.
No, gosh, no. Yeah, I mean, they were
She was the love
extremely
of his
close.
life, and he was the love of hers. And they were
Yeah.
going places. They finally were getting their life back on track. Um,
Yeah, it's hard. It's just hard for, I mean, just any of us, even as we get older, it's tough because, the price of stuff is always
right.
going up or this or that, just life in general. So, um, yeah, it's just I just couldn't even believe it when you texted me. I'm like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
I
So
just,
I can
I couldn't breathe. I was crying so bad I couldn't breathe.
I know. Well, that's the
Um,
thing too. I mean, it's It's a hard situation. It's just a very hard situation, and
And
you
I asked Sabrina, I said, I told you how proud of Will I was, didn't I? And she said, yeah. And I said, I never got to tell him. I wanted to, and I never did. I didn't want to tell him over the phone or in a text message. I wanted to see him and tell him. And I never
well,
got to tell him
mhm.
how proud of him that I was, that he became the man I wanted him to be for my daughter and my grandson and his children.
Yeah. Yeah.
I watched him
Well,
transform, you know, in the time that him and Sabrina were together. From somebody I didn't like to somebody that I just adored for my daughter.
yeah. Well, and as
He
long
couldn't have
as,
found a
our
better
daughters are
man.
happy, as long as they're happy, we're happy, right? They're treating them well and doing the right thing. That's all we want, as a mom.
But I
Um,
wasn't happy. He wasn't working. She was supporting them all.
yeah.
And, and he changed. I watched him change. And
Yeah.
he became the son that um I thought the world of. That he had changed for the better for my daughter, for my grandson, for his kids. Um, getting his life back on track.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so sad too, is that, uh, it's so unexpected. He's too
Why
young for
couldn't it
that,
have been the damn driver, the drunk driver, that shouldn't have even been on the road in the first place?
Oh my gosh, I know. And I know it's got to be so maddening because obviously they walked away with minimal injuries, but typically that happens when people are drinking because
Yeah,
they
well,
don't
and he walked away from charges too. As of right now, he's out.
No, really?
Yeah.
So they're investigating. I know they brought in like it sounded like an official special investigator for
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think it's
They're
just
not
going to
done
take
with their
a
investigations. He will be
perfect?
charged with more later on.
Well, I told you what my opinion is vehicular manslaughter, especially because of the rate of speed. That's reckless, and you're drunk. So, um, you know,
Right. Plus,
speeding
if
is,
he was in two accidents
not good
within,
either.
a block of each other,
Yes.
I don't care
Yes.
how bad the first one was. It was still an accident.
Oh, that should have been his clue to slow down or do something, yeah, absolutely. Oh my
Oh
God.
no,
And
we're
that
gonna speed up. We
right,
want to get the
right.
hell as far away from here as we can. Well, guess what? You only made it a block, and then you took somebody's life out.
Jeez Louise. Oh my gosh.
I just, I'm
Mm,
still trying to wrap my head around that Will's gone, and that my baby's going through all this, and I can't be there with her.
I know,
I just
Tamara, and
want to hold her in my arms so bad.
well, and I'll tell you, we'll definitely be praying for justice because, we've seen a lot of these times where people have taken people's lives and been reckless with it, and typically they see that justice. So we'll be praying for it.
Well,
We'll
and I said, what's going to stop him now that he's out again? What's going to stop him from doing it again?
well, I would think if he had priors, there'd be such a risk, and um,
He
yeah, I'm
obviously didn't
surprised
care.
to hear that. Yeah, I'm surprised to hear that they have released him with. Did he like post? I haven't. They haven't really said much in
I
terms
don't
of
know.
a.
Sabrina explained it to me, but I have a hard time comprehending a whole lot of shit. I've got so much on my mind.
I know it's all right. We're gonna look out for it. Well, yeah. Kylie says it's vehicular manslaughter. She thinks it with intent because they chose to drink and drive. So it's like premeditated, and I'm sure, but surely yes. Well, not sure, but surely yes. But I mean, I'm thinking because, especially with him hitting someone else before that, and then that, yeah, I mean,
That should have been his clue to stop and get off the road.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Um,
I mean, you would think that would wake someone up and be like, oh, what did I just do? I don't want that to
yeah,
ever happen
right.
again. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Tam, that's so
And then to
terrible.
just cross over lanes of traffic, and
Yeah.
why did it have to
Yeah.
be Will and Christian's car?
I know. I
Why
know.
couldn't he have taken out a
It's
stoplight or
devastating.
something, you know?
Yeah. Didn't he run a red light? I want to say he ran a red light too. I read that
Yes, he
somewhere.
did. He ran a red light. He went to the intersection, ran through the red light, and hit Will and Christian head on.
Hit them straight on. Oh my God.
Yep.
Mm.
And that
Jeez.
car was so mangled that it didn't even look like a Chevy Impala.
You couldn't even make out what was in the photo until you zoomed in and really looked, and it's like, oh no. Oh my goodness. Like the frame was completely.
Right.
And
It looked
Impalas
like it
are
had.
good.
It looked like the hood had literally been rolled over and ran over and not hit head on.
I
Um,
know. I
I've
know.
never
I know.
seen so much damage from a head on collision. He had to have been traveling at a very high speed to do that much damage.
I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah, because that's the main factor right there. Um, and then also hitting someone head on that. What's the speed
Right?
limit over there? Do you know?
Oh, geez, no. Being in
I was
town right
wondering how
there,
fast.
I'd think like 25 or 30.
So they weren't going fast. Well, maybe they're going 40. Say if they're
Yeah,
even
it
going
might have
40
been
miles.
40 through where they were at because they
Yeah, 'cause
were down by Waverly and Saginaw. Um, I can't remember the name of the road that Will and them were on. Um, or the intersection that they were at. They were on Saginaw. And Saginaw is a bad section for accidents because people
oh my
drive too
gosh.
fast and they don't slow down. They don't take time to pay attention. And if
Yes.
one vehicle slams on their brakes to stop from running a red light and somebody ain't paying attention behind them, well, there goes a rear end. There goes a pile up.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, definitely. Well, and right there, everyone was saying that too. I remember reading that everywhere. People are like, "This is a horrible hot spot for accidents, and this happens all the
yeah,
time over here." And I'm like,
yeah.
"Oh, yeah." And people do need to slow down. They do.
And
They really need to
Sabrina's
slow
blaming
down.
herself because,
No, don't let her do that. Oh,
yes, because they were
oh,
on their way to pick her up from work.
okay. Oh my goodness. No, that's now she was doing exactly what she was supposed to be doing. They were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. Um,
Right.
I'm just straight up pissed off, and I see you guys in chat as like he's a dirtbag for that, for sure. Um, and here's the thing. I mean, I know that people don't typically admit guilt, but he knows what he did. He should have sent Sabrina an apology at the very least in my opinion, but I know we don't do that these days because we get a defense attorney and all that, but I
Right.
think that you know what I'm saying? But I
Yeah.
think she deserves an apology for taking her, the
I
love of
hope
her
to hell they
life.
don't plea bargain him down. I'm so sick of plea bargains it isn't funny.
Well, I know, and I don't see why they would have to give him anything because, he's guilty as they come and, I mean, they're
Right.
not needing any
He took
information
a
on him.
life,
Yeah.
an eye
Oh,
for an eye.
definitely. Yeah, and well, and that's the thing, and if he's had priors, I would be pushing if I was the prosecutor to, charge him to the fullest.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
see, we
just
don't
I'd
have
like to
that
know who it is.
option.
I mean, just curiosity, but, I would like to see if he what his previous and I would like to know or if it's a man or a woman, I don't know. I guess
I'm
if it's a
assuming
man.
that it's a male and the age is like 53 or 57,
Oh, geez Louise. Well, then that's giving him a lot more time to do things, you know? Um,
right?
yeah, because I mean, obviously everybody's sped before. I'm not saying that, but when you couple that with an inability, and when like you said, when you're going over the median or the middle lane or where, driving the wrong way on the road, that you are too drunk off your ass to be anywhere near a wheel or,
Right.
or near anything motorized. Um, yeah, this is just totally awful. Um, totally awful. So, we'll just let Sabrina know that we're all praying for her and we're hoping that she sees justice and that, things are going to be hard for her,
Right.
but hopefully some things will also, some good will come her way too. So, because I know this has just got to be devastating.
She's so worried that they're going to leave her out of everything, that she's not going to be a part of it
Well, that would be very
because
rotten
her
for
and
them.
Will weren't married
Well, well, they had been together. How long have they? A couple of years, right? 3
a
years, I
year
think.
and a half.
Okay, a year and a half, but still, I mean, that's a substantial, excuse me, amount of time.
Right.
Um, and they lived
They'd
together.
planned their whole life because they were talking about having a mock wedding,
Uh-huh.
only not having it on paper.
Well, I'm never getting married again because of what I went through the first time. So I
Right,
don't
which
fault
is why
anybody.
they were talking about a mock wedding because Will had already been married 3 times, and Sabrina had only been married once.
Oh, right.
Or
Yes.
yeah, I guess
Mhm.
she'd been married twice. Because I told her, I said, "Well, tell him 3rd time's the charm."
I mean, I know. Well, and so I just don't fault people other, if they do or they don't. And I think if you're living with someone and you love each other and you're planning for a future, then, that's the same
Right,
thing.
they were
It's
talking about
up to
buying a
people.
house together and moving his
Yeah.
mom in with him, and, um,
Yeah. Oh. Well,
they
and
had
it seems like
Christian
Sabrina
living
and
with him,
Christian.
and
Yeah.
he was building a relationship with, Christian and Sierra, which Sabrina and I didn't even know about Alyssa until after Will had passed away.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I just think that everybody should be nice to each other and kind, but I know that's difficult when things like this happen. Even, families
Sabrina was
families actually
told
change.
by Sabrina was told today by his um by Christian's bio mom not to be posting any pictures of her son at all. That she was being brought up on charges for it. And I said, Sabrina, you have every right to post your pictures,
Oh, yeah.
whether
I
they have
mean,
her son in them or not. Because I said that
I
was part of Will's life.
I think if it's on Facebook, then they really, I mean, if it's public is the way I look at it, but I don't want to disrespect anybody. Um Oh, you know what? I think I lost Tamara, guys. Well, I have to get down. I'm gonna go ahead and text her really quick. Um, but I appreciate Tamara coming up. Oh, there she is. Okay, hold on a second.
Time I do something, it goes back to the back to your comment where you sent me the link.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, that's just the link.
And
Yeah,
then I
my
gotta go through and reload it all just to get back in.
no worries. I was gonna tell you, I didn't realize how long we'd been on. But I'm gonna hop off here. But I appreciate you coming on, and you're more than welcome to come on anytime you'd like. Um, I mean, I really want to work with you and trying to get more awareness for Devlin because I know we got a lot of good people, up there that are helping already. Like
Right.
Piper, and you know what I'm saying. Like we have a good
I
group.
haven't heard much from Piper at all.
Um, I need to text her. I actually was gonna text her, but I knew that she had already seen it because she was on Facebook or I saw her post. But yeah, I'll have to reach out and see how she's doing and all of
Right.
that kind of stuff too. So yeah, and like I said, I'll get together with Jules. I know she goes up there because her boyfriend lives up in Michigan. So um that's great. We need to pull everything together, for the year coming upon the year
Right.
mark.
Which is
Because
why I wanted to do the Remembering Devlin Tate thing. The
yeah,
benefit
absolutely.
to help keep the awareness out there that he is still missing.
And even if you have to do it at, like a little bit into May or something, maybe if they're too busy during Easter time, maybe they won't mind doing it like the first or second week of May. I know that's not ideal, but maybe we can
Right.
we can see what we do. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's a great idea to do the buttons. I think people would definitely wear those, put them on their purse. I'll definitely get one too. Um, so, but yeah, let's keep the awareness up for Devlin, and we're gonna pray for you guys. We have been, and I know I definitely do. Just for all of you guys, for Devlin to find him.
Well, we really
So
appreciate it. We
yeah,
just
for
need the
sure.
prayers to keep pouring in,
Yeah,
especially for
yeah,
Christian and the families of Will and Christian and Sabrina.
yes,
Um,
exactly. Yeah, and
she was accused of making this all about her, and I
oh
haven't
well.
seen anywhere where she's made anything about her.
Well, there might be a little bit of jealousy factor since she was the last, gal that was on his arm. So I will just say that, say it like that, not to make anybody pissed at me, but I mean that might be it. You know what I mean, so some of that stuff, um, you know, it's
Yeah.
it's just unfortunate, but I that's the way I see it, maybe because, look, it's gonna be tough for her adjusting to him not
Well,
being there with her. I
and
mean, come on,
his
they
sister
need
right
to,
out the bat, um, Will's sister messaged Sabrina and told her that she wanted all of Will's belongings.
oh, that would have been a big no from
And
me.
then says, I wonder who
Me, I
gets
would have
his
been like,
last
nah.
paycheck, me or mom.
And I think also what people should realize is that it's better to ask for it and say, hey, do you mind, because this really means a lot, if I could have one of Will's shirts. I know my cousin had did a pillow when my dad passed away of one of his shirts.
Right.
Things like that mean more than who's going to get what, and let's fight over it. I mean, because I've dealt with that as well,
I
and
asked
I'm
you
sure a lot of
earlier,
people
have
have.
you ever seen the greed that comes out when somebody dies?
Oh, it's awful.
It is, it's sickening. I
I
saw it when
won't
my
even
daddy
say my own
died.
experience because I don't want to rock the boat, because it's
Right.
just like, forget it, yeah, and it's not. And the thing is like, I believe what Kylie said earlier too, that Will knows, Tam, that you cared about him and that you were proud of him. I believe that people do know. I believe that we're spirit, like we have souls and our spirits are still even if we're not on the planet. I believe
Sabrina
that. I
told me
really
write it to him, scream it to him, he'll hear you.
right, I know. Well, and that's the good thing about like journaling stuff and all that kind of thing. If you that's part of grieving. That's the hardest, right? Because we
Right.
have to have faith that they do hear us, that they do know, and um, you know. So I think you're doing a great job. I'll tell you, I couldn't do a better job than you have, and so just keep your head up and know that you're doing the best that you can do, and don't take too much on. But I know that's easier said than done.
Well, I
You
took too
know.
much on when I bought that stupid storage unit a month ago.
Well, hey, you were telling me you're like me with the clothes and the Christmas stuff. That's all that's in my storage. There's a lot of clothes
Oh,
and Christmas stuff, some shoes, like more Christmas stuff,
yep. There
decorations
was a
and
whole bunch of shoes in there that I've already got them listed on Marketplace. I might have a leather coat sold come Friday or Saturday.
well, there you go. I know
Um,
you were saying that you're going to use that too towards, yeah. See, that's awesome,
yeah,
Kim. Well, just let us know what we can do. Like we'll keep in touch about it, and I'll put the word out on the streets here, and I'm gonna start streaming to Facebook. I keep saying that, but it's like easier said than done. Again, like setting it all up, but and I
I
wanted to
think
be
it
able to
was
talk with you.
Amy that's gonna do uh Amy Heather Marie is gonna do a thing for sponsors, like a flyer,
Oh,
an
okay.
advertisement for sponsors for it.
Awesome.
Um,
Okay, well give it I will share it. I'll put it up and I'll make a video and I'll put it on TikTok too. Um, because I need to get better about posting on TikTok because there's a lot of people who follow Devlin's Case on TikTok.
yeah, I'd like to have a venue, before I go, because I want to make an event page, but I
Okay,
gotta have a
yeah,
venue for it first.
exactly. Yeah, as soon as you get that, let me know and you know, because I'm thinking with the way Easter is falling this year and everything, maybe they
Easter
might want
falls
to put you.
before, it's like 2 weeks before.
Yeah. Easter's always that way though. It does fall on different different days depending on the
Right.
year, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like
And
Christmas.
anyway, the Hughes house, they've got a big parking lot. They've got a play area for kids. It's off the road.
I'll
It's a
have to
big
look that
place.
up. Okay,
Yep. It's
it's
called the
called
Hughes house. It's on M50.
okay, the Hughes House on M50.
Yep.
All right, great. Yeah, so that would be fantastic if they would do that. Um, oh, it might help if I put Michigan. Hello.
Might. You never know where you
That's
might
funny. There
find
we
it
go.
at.
Is it
There's a
the
lake with us
historic
in
one?
Texas. Huh?
That I know. Well, I know. I did that when I was looking up something else in the area, and I realized I wasn't in Michigan. I was in a different state, and I'm like, well, this isn't it.
Yeah,
So,
I've done that.
yeah. Let's
You
see. The
think you got
Hughes
the
House.
right address until you look at the state.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay. So it's right there in Laco. So it's right. It's
Yeah,
right there. Oh,
right.
okay. It looks
It's
like
the
it used to
south
be a
side of
church.
town.
Yeah.
It used to be a like a Christian church or a Christian school. That was the Lake Odessa Christian School. And when the Christian school closed down, the Hughes House bought it and turned it into a venue. Oh, they do weddings and all kinds of stuff there.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. I see that. Yeah. So do they have different rooms you can rent out then too, or is it just like a grand ballroom and then other
I think it's just
smaller
like
rooms?
a big room, one
Just that
giant
big, that
room.
one big one? Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
I see it now. Okay. Okay, that's great. Yeah, it's got good reviews and everything. So,
Oh yeah.
and I do see they have baby showers and oh, that is awesome.
So I'm hoping that maybe I can talk to them because I didn't think about them before I went to the churches.
Yes, Sam, I did. We still have we don't have an update, but we're pretty confident that law enforcement has an update or knows who deleted the post. I think that's what you were asking. Um,
All right, it's after 8 o'clock. I gotta get off here.
all right, Tam, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you,
Yep.
giving us more of a, like, and just going over some of the possibilities with us. That's really helpful, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I think people are gonna look and say, okay, well, we got some more to kind of examine here. And we'll keep doing that. And if you have any ideas, always, you can text me anytime.
Right.
So, all right,
See,
we'll send Sabrina
I
our
think
prayers.
like um even south of Nashville and Sunfield or Vermontville. That's why Livonia's south of Nashville. It's south of Lansing. Somebody asked, "You still there?"
Oh, okay, south of Lansing. I'm trying to think.
Yeah. Is where Livonia is.
Okay, is that one of the places that Devlin would have went to?
Well, I don't know. 'Cause somebody asked me if I thought that he would have made it to Lansing. I don't know why he would go to Lansing unless he found somebody on the internet.
I
Um,
mean, that's what I'm thinking could have happened too. I
or
mean,
was he
since
driven there? You know,
I'd be curious to know like what activity was all on his phone right before, or that day,
right.
you
But
know.
Hush, you wouldn't tell me anything like that.
I know. No, he won't. He won't because he's trying to make sure the investigation stays intact and all that. So I
Right.
get
And they
it.
don't want to tell me something and me possibly let it slip to the wrong person.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. No, but
I
I'm
understand
glad
that.
you're working with them. No, that's what I think is so great about too, like where I'm saying I think we have a lot of good going for Devlin in Michigan because you're working with the authorities. They're working to find him. We have Backwood Search and Rescue.
Right.
If we just pull all our resources,
It
I think we'll be
irritates me. I
fine.
wish they would have let yeah, the one out of Texas.
Oh, Equisearch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
EchoSearch. I wish they would have resourced them in, but they wouldn't request them in. They don't want to outsource to anybody.
Yeah, I remember that being said in the beginning
Yeah, they won't even
too.
outsource to the Michigan Bureau FBI.
Oh, right, right.
And
You
it's
guys
like,
called the MPI up there, I think.
yeah, I did. I called the Grand Rapids unit. That's why I said I don't believe that Jessica called the Arizona FBI, and if she did, she didn't talk to him long, just long
I
enough
think
to
she
let
sent
it
me a
show on her
screenshot.
phone.
I want to say she sent me a screenshot of it, but here's the
Yeah, but I
thing.
don't know how long she was on the phone with him either.
Well, and then what about really quick? I know we keep saying we're gonna get off here, but so one thing about like her mom doesn't live far from her, and did they check her mom's house at all to
Nope,
make sure?
nope.
See, they need to check that.
Well, Jessica claims she don't have nothing to do with her mom, and I know that's bullshit.
That's what she told me as well. That I don't have anything to do with my mom. I'm pissed at her. I won't repeat what she said because whatever, it doesn't matter. But she just said that there was a valid reason. Because if it was me, I just told her when she told me, I said, "Well, I wouldn't talk to her then either," but because I asked her too about her sister, like her family, because I mean, obviously I'm looking at everybody and their family members who Devlin might have known or decided to go off with,
Right.
and maybe they didn't have a good intention either too. Because I thought about that with some of the guys she was trying to find older boyfriends like Ray to kind of, come pick up Devlin, and
Yeah.
that really didn't quite
And
pan
her
out.
one sister that lived in Grand Rapids that all I can think of is LeBeau or LeBeau is her last name.
Oh, okay.
Um that's
Oh, I've
her
never heard that.
yeah, that's one of her sisters. Brandy. Brandy.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
See, she
Okay, I'm
lied to
not sure.
Brandy. She told Brandy that Devlin was killed at 4 years old.
Oh my gosh, really?
So imagine her surprise to find out that her nephew's still alive.
Oh my gosh. Well, I believe it with the whole cancer bit that she pulled.
Yeah,
And
and
I
I
knew she
can't
was
believe I
lying.
fell for that stupid bitch. Ugh.
Ah, well, I'll tell you what, I was like, I knew she was lying then because I asked her, "Do you have that?" Because I thought maybe she's, hiding it because perhaps, I mean, she doesn't want to bring herself into it, right? Because it's, you know, because Devlin's missing, but she had told me everything else. So then when I asked her and she got mad, I was like, "Well, that just tells me that you are lying,"
And she
which
knew
I knew she
Devlin was
was.
having a hard time with Daddy's death because Daddy died of cancer.
That's what got me upset because that's why my mom passed away, and it just and also like I said, my good friend and his
And
little
I was like,
granddaughter.
how can you do that to your own child? Tell him
I
that you have
know.
cancer, that you're dying of it, and and he just lost his daddy from it.
I know. Well, and that's the first thing I thought of as well, because he had been going to church and talking to, because people were like, well, I think it was Lori, and she didn't realize that Devlin was talking about, Bill. And so I was like, no, the only dad that he was calling dad was Bill. That's it. When he was, dedicating the songs, it was Bill. So I was
Yeah,
like, how did she not know that? I'm like, I'm sitting over here,
right.
I'm like, how do I know that? And she doesn't know that. But either way, it's okay. We're all still kind of learning everything, and Devlin had a lot of people that he had contact with, so that's a lot to kind of
Yeah,
sift through. Yeah, because even like Zach and them, we're thinking about his friends, the kids that he's around, Um, so, and I'm glad to know that the police know everybody that was picking on him, as well, because I think that speaks to a motive of, something going too
yeah,
far. So, yeah, yeah. But because it's always the means, motive, opportunity. If something's foul play, or, we're thinking that, because I think that when the police came out, they were talking a 50-50 chance, that,
right,
yeah, I mean, they don't know whether he ran away really or if he was abducted or something happened there. But,
right.
so I think it's really important for us to kind of talk about those, speculate on some of those
I just,
other
I
options.
can't fathom that he ran away because, like I said, he couldn't go without Mama that long.
I know. I mean, that's what it just, in everybody, I just feel like he wouldn't want to leave all of his people behind. Any of you guys,
No,
or
not
Or
even
Jessica,
Penny.
as bad as she was being to him. I think he loved Jessica. I think he loved excuse me, Tina, Sabrina, and everyone. I mean, I'm sure he just, so that's why even if he was upset or scared of court, I just feel like he would have reached out by now too.
Right,
Yeah, I do. I really do. I think he would have been like, okay, here I am. I've been hiding out, but I don't think it would have taken him so long. And that's one thing everyone has said.
right,
So, but all right, Tam. Well, I'll
right.
let you go. And I appreciate you talking with me for so long. And we're just gonna keep on trying to help.
So just
Yeah,
let us
thank
know
you
how
for
we
having
can.
me.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. And I will talk to you, just text me anytime, like I said.
All right.
All right, bye, Tam. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off really quick before Mr. Beagle starts barking too much over here, Mr. Django. And thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for, your questions. I appreciate you guys, the smart conversations and trying to figure out solutions for Devlin. And it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the family. I know that. And so I just appreciate you guys um just being here and talking with us. I will check my emails for you guys because I know that you guys are sending me emails. So thank you so much for doing that, and I'll get to those tonight. I think I'm gonna take a night off tonight to do some of that stuff, and also work on the Discord. So I'm gonna do that tonight and be back on tomorrow. Um, Probably again during the day, like maybe 2 or 3. So thank you all so much for joining, and I will see you guys all next time.